Hey, good morning, everyone. Hey, markets are open. Let's have a nice day.
CTRM, APOP, ZSAN. All right, Netflix looks pretty good today. I scaled out half of my Netflix and just gonna hold on to the rest.
Snug. Jill. VISL. CTRM tub. OMI. RCON. CI. Tops. OCUL.
Roku's tanking back down to the 108 area, so keep an eye for a mean reversion trade, long over one.
VDQ. CYTK. RCON. CVV.
That was a quick push. Spies coming down here pretty aggressively. Watch TVIX. Damn, that's aggressive. Wow. Just gave up an entire handle.
NTZ.
I knew I should have gone TVIX long there.
EOLS. DYNT. APOP.
Roku's probably gonna tank now too. So be careful on that position. I'm gonna scalp
ETRN.
out of it.
ENO. YEXT. AXLA.
Good thing I got out of Roku. Market's still coming down, so keep an eye on that 305 level. I think 304 is probably where it's gonna go sit
EOLS.
around.
DJ, Tesla's sitting around like the 740s here, so I'm looking for like a 730 or momentum over 750.
Man, I was looking at TVIX, Johnny, at like it bounced at 106, right? So it was at 107, and I was like, I'll just wait for another 106,
CTRM.
and then boom, it hits 112.
Hey guys, I posted 2 trade ideas on the United Trades section, so you could always check the trading floor when we do so, if TGRI ever. And so the first trade idea is a short on AMD, 4780, add up to 4930. So it's going to be a little bit of bigger risk tolerance here. So 50 cents on the risk. You could always stop it over 48 if you want, but I think the 4830 is a lot better of a level to leave it up to, just to give us more breathing room. And then the target. Target's 46, and then try and take profits at 47.30, 47, 46.70, 46.30, and 46. Just like key support levels that you can consider taking profits or even consider adding. And then the other day trade alert is a Tesla long idea on the 730 hold or the 750 break over, 770 target, then 800, and no more than $3 stop loss. If you get stopped out, you can try reversing short under the 750 with a 730 and then 700 target, or you can try the 730 short under with the 700 target.
USEG. DYNT. APOP. OCUL. CLNY.
And if anyone took the WIX long with me, if we get that 140 break, I'm gonna stay in it. If not, I'm just gonna scale some size out, take some profit.
ZSAN. AIM. Hope.
All right, SPY's coming down over here. If it breaks
ARCT.
support, should see another leg down. I can see it push down on SPY here, at least testing low of day. So if you're long TVIX, stay long. There we go.
We're gonna get a 30-minute bearish MACD cross and an RSI breaking
NVIS.
back into neutral from overbought. If we can close this red by 10 a.m. 30-minute charts.
CTRM. Tops. RCON.
And today, guys, I think I'm going to do a lesson, but back to the basics, things that you need to do in order to be successful in.
ENO.
Hi, Tash. Great job on that trade. Well done. You took the notes from yesterday and you're holding on. I'm probably going to do a lesson after I'm done trading. Yeah, it's going to be on voice. I think Roku's gonna come down more, especially if the market does. It looks really strong here. Like I actually like Roku 106. Might take a little stab at it.
AMD 48 approach. Let me know, TJ. I'm actually liking the long here on Roku. So I'm not gonna like. I think it has a lot more room to come. I'm thinking like 104. I think like we'll get the best value from Roku at 104. Because then we can leave room up to 100 and stop under. But
I like
here,
that.
like,
I
if I
mean,
was gonna
98
buy
is when my
here, because I think we could bounce here for sure to 107.50. But I think we're still gonna go to 104. So I'd rather wait instead of getting a piece. I'd just rather wait. And
but take
because
a
I
look
think
at
we
the
can bounce
30-minute
here.
chart. We're at support range. The 15-minute chart.
Did
HIIQ.
it bounce at all on around 108? Did it have any type of chance to try and hold or no?
No, because the market came down hard.
Well, let's see.
Like that 106 is held the previous days. Like if you look at the 30-minute, it just today it's a little bit more aggressive on a 30-minute, even on a 15.
So if anyone's wondering here, so basically I had said like, yeah, it looks good for a long, like TJ was saying, and we can see the 107.50.
SPIB.
However, because I see the 104, I don't want to try and long here. But that being said, someone may ask, then why not try and short down to 104? And the reason for that is because I see it going up to 107.50. So why try and go for a play down when I see the bounce here anyway? So I'd rather sit on my hands because of uncertainty. So if I want to try and short, I'd rather try and short where I'd want to take the long to, which is 107.50. So short at resistance and long at support.
TTOO.
I see market coming down, so I'm not touching Roku.
Perfect.
I think we're gonna get a low of day break, and if we do, this should continue.
I'm not liking the way SPY's been moving
PXS.
with these spreads.
Eno.
Just so it's hard to get used to it, you know? Like how long is this movement gonna last?
Honestly, I don't mind because like day trading yesterday, we were making like $11 a share on TVIX. It was a
Oh
couple
yeah, in
more
terms of
days
the
like
price
that.
action, the price action is amazing. I'm not complaining about that. For me, it's more about trying to read it. It's so much harder when it's going this fast.
Yeah,
So
it's
I think
choppy.
KC.
that being said, based on SPY, we should always, at least for the time being, while it's this volatile and the spreads are over a penny, let's try not to like pay attention to the 1 minute too hard, and we'll focus more on the bigger time frames. Big like the trends, like the trend has been pretty clear since that bottom at 285.50 that we alerted. And yeah, so I think we should just go with that and look for the bigger moves. Cypher had an absolutely amazing play. It
CTRM.
was either yesterday or the day before, and it was the trend resistance broke and literally SPY launched. So I had given him a shout out that day. I think it was 2 days ago, and he was looking at bigger time frames. So yep, there's a little push up here on AMD. Nice resistance at 48.
OCUL. MG.
I'm expecting SPY to tank here, so let's see if it happens.
Tops.
No, here comes
TVIX moving
Tesla.
up, high of day.
Tesla 740, low of day.
And high Tash, that's why I said always keep a little portion. You're probably gonna get a nice breakdown. There we go.
SHIB.
If you break that 740, should go low.
Okay, I'm gonna try the short here on Tesla.
Ooh, down to 720. That would be the next target for me.
Yeah, on my next target, yeah, 720 was acting resistance. So main target for me is 720. If it can break, then 700 I think is gonna be really easy to get.
Come on, SPY, tank. Let's go, TVIX.
Yeah, SPY, huge, beautiful red knife here. If this touches 30360s, it's gonna extend below my bottom Bollinger. Looks like they saved it. They didn't get that bottom Bollinger Band test.
AAL. CVV.
Let's see. I think TVIX looks good here. I'm gonna scale some out when I can. There we go.
Eno.
Great. Accidentally sold all my TVIX. Not a portion. Beautiful. Now I need a dip buy. SPY, go back up. There we go. Low of day break. And of course, I'm not in TVIX.
CTRM.
Forgot to change the order size.
ZSAN. CDLX. STKL.
Okay, so Tesla has a little technical indicator here. It's the first 2% pivot point line, 741.50. So the next pivot point on my charts is the active support,
GLBS.
2% at 712. So right now we have a gap of $30 between the pivot point.
TTOO.
All right, got the bottom on TVIX there. Needed that dip buy. Just gonna scalp out of these ones because TVIX dropped really heavy just because SPY moved up. Nice alert on AMD, by the way.
Thanks, TJ. Yeah, and so it looks like the trade idea is actually pretty perfect.
Ship.
So 4780, and then add up to 4830. So clear 48 rejection at 200 EMA. Now the 100 just claimed the 200 bearish, and I'm thinking we're gonna have a down day overall, but we'll see what happens, guys. So
Yeah,
I noticed
SPY's
that.
looking
Well,
really strong here because TVIX came down hard when
if you
SPY
notice,
moved up. So be careful on SPY, guys. If it goes over VWAP here, like just stop out of TVIX. You can always
ESEA.
compare SPY to AMD right at market open. SPY ripped up for the first 3-4 minutes, and AMD was crashing. Something that I had noticed while I was thinking about the trade idea, and which made me feel that AMD is in bearish sentiment, or was in bearish sentiment. And I'll let you guys know if I think it's changed or not. But at this point on this SPY move, I think AMD is still in bearish sentiment. Like for the mean reversion on SPY, I think they pushed this up a little too fast. Like I would want to see more consolidation and then push ups. How about you, T?
MVIS.
Yeah, I like that.
Hey guys, I'll be back in a bit. I gotta use the wash.
Ooh, got scared on TVIX there. That was good. Nice little save. With this type of volatility, guys, you only want to do two strategies. Okay, buying at support and selling at resistance, because it's really volatile. You want to make sure that you're going to take more losses, obviously, with the more volatility, but that's okay. That's just part of trading, especially when there's more volatility. But what is in your control is to just limit how much downside potential you have. So always try and look for those shorts at resistance levels and
GLBS.
buys at support level. Now you can take it a step further and do what I like to do, which is buying stops. So if I know I'm going to buy at support, I'm going to be waiting to see a break of support. Like Roku is a good example. I said go long over 106 because that's where the support is. So, wait for 106 to break. And then buy those stops. You'll get more liquidity, easier in. You can
KMPH.
market into those kind of trades, which is amazing for me with large sizes. And more importantly, you can still keep your stops tight.
ADMA.
Hi Tash, are you still in your short from 760s on
ARCT. Tops.
Good. So I think it's safe now that you can move the stop down. I'd say 756. Actually 757. The lower it goes, you can just keep trailing your stop, but just
OCUL.
a little bit more than VWAP. That way you don't have to worry about it. And then you just keep reassessing it. That's how I swing trade my trades. Just kind of move my stops and trail them lower. Because you see, when you look at Tesla, what do you see? You see an aggressive selling move down from the 760s all the way down to like the 736 area. Now, what you're going to see over here is prices starting to consolidate. Not a lot of sellers, not a lot of buyers either. You're going to see like the volume is decreasing. So when you have a period like this where it can go either way, it's best to just, move your stops. Personally, I want Tesla to go down to like 720. No, no more. That's aggressive.
SHIB.
SPY is making a little bit of a double bottom over here. Let's see if we can make volume's pretty consistent, but not a lot.
NCNA.
I'm going to try a TVIX one again.
XAIR. PXS.
SPY is looking like it wants to break view up here.
GLBS. GLBS.
Now on SPY, careful if we stay over VWAP. If we don't get like an aggressive rejection over here, then you can see clearly that the buyers are in control. Got a lot of big holds based on the green candlesticks.
ARCT. ESEA.
Like I'd say 3 or 4 50s. If we hold 3 or 4 50s, looks both. We need to break down and just rejection of 3 or 4 50s. If we get that, I can see it continuing to go down. If we maintain above that level, I can see buyers stepping up.
DCIX.
Really bullish hold on SPY.
TTOO. ADMA. SHIB.
Jeff Curry, Bloomberg lost the moment he said that
TOPS.
he bought politicians. That was the worst thing you can say. It's stuff you just talk about with your friends.
SMPL.
You can't just openly say, "Oh, I bought them." That was the worst move he ever made. I like Bloomberg up until that point.
OCUL.
No, Epics, like we all know that they do buy politicians, but you can't say it. There's a code. If you don't say it, it's not real.
GLOW. NMM.
I mean, to be honest, guys, like if Bernie comes, there's a huge issue. Like markets are tanking, guaranteed.
MVIS.
At least Biden, okay. You can't just go from like democracy to like socialism just like that. It takes way more than 4 years to change that. This is boring. I want a bigger move. Where's Trump when you need him?
GLBS.
Bagamoody, you don't have to worry. He'll just fire a couple staff members, increase the um, you know, the cost on his Bloomberg terminal, and 700 million.
It's lunch money for him, right?
Exactly. You have to remember, guys, one thing about Bloomberg, like the Bloomberg terminal, it's their messaging service that's built into it, right? So you can get into like private groups within there. He has access to all that info. So when traders in different companies are just talking to one another,
CTRM.
guess what
Loma.
he's doing? He gets the best trades for free.
Have you ever thought about getting it?
No, but I had access to it when I was working at a firm. And I can some shady stuff happens at first.
Hey guys, I'm back. AMD just cracked 48. I got stopped out of Tesla.
AIM.
No, not like
GNCA.
billion. But you have to remember this, guys. Like in asset management, you get hired from right out of college. If you're in Ivy League school, you're getting hired 100%. If you're in fact like when you just go and they see where you're like which school you're coming from, boom, that's it. You're hired.
VTIQ.
There's actually a nice little Twitter post that I'll show you. Wait, once I find.
Play.
SPY 30650.
ADMA.
Found it.
VDQ.
Now to find out how to share it. All right, so Anil, he works at UBS. Well, he used to.
MVIS.
So this is entirely a fictional story. Just read the entire one and you'll kind of get.
Oh, by the way, just I'm not sure what you guys are talking about because I had put on my headphones and missed it. But TVIX is at that level, TJ, that you had given us 110. I think it was the watch list 2 days ago. It's become the 200 EMA
Shared.
now. Just a heads up, and we're hovering just above that level. Also sitting right at the oversold. Just that.
OCUL.
I like that. Thank you for that alert. I like that area.
Okay, here's AMD 4830 acting inflection point.
Beautiful alert on that TVIX.
And here I'm taking an AMD short, guys. With the SPY move that just happened, I'm only gonna risk up to 48.50. So I'll do one ad literally and just close it right. First target 48, and then 47.50 is my main target. Did you get that TVIX, DJ?
Yes, I did.
Perfect. Yeah, I decided to take AMD there since I wasn't able to get a trade on AMD. And looks like Roku held that 10. Roku had a 105.65 low, and it came up here right back to 108. I think Roku's looking a lot healthier now.
Yeah, like Bloomberg is really good for bond traders. Okay. Their messaging service is amazing, but mostly the data that you need to trade isn't on. Well, it is on Bloomberg. It's just useless. You like 90% of the functionality of Bloomberg, nobody uses. Like we just use it just for the hell of it when we're bored and just like go through stupid data. Hi Tash, what are you thinking? Another short on Tesla? I want to see what it does like around that 763, and I'll take a short with you too. Yeah, don't get me wrong, Bloomberg is amazing, but you can do the same thing with different platforms that are way.
VDQ. GLBS. EHTH.
You know, at 305s, guys, 304.50s, I was like, we have to hold this level for it to go bullish. And we got that move that we wanted. Now I think I'm going to be flipping back into like the bearish if we don't crack over, I guess, morning highs. 307, I'd say 307.30s. If we crack that, I'm going to
DCIX.
get out of TVIX. But I'm hoping that we get like one little push back down just so I can take some size off over break even.
Let's see if the TVX holds this 110. I had noticed last time SPY was ripping and TVX just held, and UVXY as well. I think SPY had ripped up $7 a share, and UVXY went down like 50 cents or like $1 or something like that. It was pretty interesting. So I'm going to be focusing on TVX here and SPY. AMD approaching that 48.50 again.
GLBS.
And looks like that 307.30 is lining up with this 110 on TVX TJ. Or a 110 sitting top.
SPY strong here.
Tops. AIM. CTRM.
TJ, that analysis was absolutely perfect. You
Coast.
said 307.30 and a clear rejection right off that level. Like, literally amazing.
Thank you.
SHIB.
Just about break even on TVIX.
What's your average?
111.19.
I think you'll be fine on this one. Price is now under main acting resistance below that 307 and 307.30. And also, guys, 307 and 307.30 were two of the levels, like two key levels provided while the SPY was dropping from the 330s all the way down. And this line's acting support becomes acting resistance. And I don't know if TJ had even seen those ones. TJ, did you just get these numbers with your TA here? Or were these previous levels that you remember as well?
Previous lines that I drew.
Perfect.
NMG. SMPL.
Oh, did anyone get a chance to read that Twitter post? Ooh, is it time to short? Uh,
Play.
oh, short shippers. Let's see which one. GLBS. All of them are like $1. Can't short them. EDRY. That's not bad. EDRY and NMM. Anything over $5 is it's easier. Can scale in.
Yo, TJ,
What's up?
Theo just called me. He's asked me to take him to the hospital. He just fucking fell.
Again?
He fell. Like, you know how he hurt his, he like broke his shit? I told you yesterday he broke his foot. He literally just
Yeah.
called me, asked me if I can take him to the hospital because he's like, he fell and like it's hurting like crazy right now.
An ambulance is $40.
Yeah, I know, bro. Yeah, it's got. So, guys, I'm just talking about like one of my closest friends. I'd say TJ and my friend Theo are my two closest friends. And yeah, he broke his foot yesterday or 2 days ago. Today's no, it happened on Sunday. Yeah, 3 days.
Let me know if you're going to Sunnybrook. Call my doctor.
It's probably gonna be the one at I don't know what the hospital's called. It's at Shepherd, and he asked me if I can take him to Shepherd and Leslie. What is that one? North York Hospital?
Not sure.
Yeah, I just feel bad, bro. Like I'm like, bro, it's like it's middle of the day, man. It's like he's like, bro, like he was like yelling in the phone.
Wait, an ambulance in America costs $1,200.
Around
GLBS.
2,500 in New York.
That's
What?
stupid.
You're kidding
Like,
me. You guys get gypped on an ambulance? Like it's New York City. What are you gonna do if you break your
TJ,
leg? Take the train?
the only thing they don't get gypped on is gas. Like,
Wow. Guys, I haven't taken an ambulance in a while, but it was $40 when I got a bill in the.
I just feel kind of bad for like, yeah, he can take an ambulance and then like, going back after.
Wait, 1,200? That is ridiculous. Like we have private ambulances too here, but I think it's I don't know, regulated or something. Wow. Okay. That is crazy. Man, I feel so bad for old people. What if they're alone? Their husband passed away and now they have to go to a hospital. Does Medicare like the private government what's it like the insurance plans, do they cover ambulance?
SNDX.
Guys, Tilray all-time lows. Dave Ed, thank you very much for the. TJ, I told you, man, $5. Let's buy Tilray at $5.
No. I said it when I went deep in that short.
Oh yeah. That's where I got the idea. I'm like, $5. I'm like, yeah, I'd buy Tilray at 5. Because you're like, yeah, it's shorted to the ground. I think you even said to delist. I don't remember.
No,
It
I
was so
don't think
long.
there's any value in these companies. They did stupid and literally they're not doing anything good because they're just so burnt on cash. Like they're just like you saw it. Afria's laying off people. Every one of them is just going to be downsizing. I like it how my friend put it. The guy that works at Can, he was, he was an oil trader. So to go into marijuana, I was like, why did you? And the way he put it, it just made sense. He's like, we see in the future that marijuana is just going to be like any other crop, right? Like let's say corn. Most of the profits is going to be on the product side, not on the, I guess, farming.
SHIB. APY. CTRM.
Wow, I thought maybe okay. So the last time I had to take an ambulance was a long time ago when I broke my leg. It was $40, and I was like, maybe there's inflation, but it says it's $45.
Now that was nice recovery on TVIX there. 113.20.
I actually had to report some, because someone got charged
Ella.
200. If they only knew how much Americans are getting charged. Hi Tash, you see in that article, this is why I manage my own money and don't let anyone else. Okay, you know what company I was looking at yesterday? TU Tupperware. It's got to be a buy soon. I mean, it only tanked from like $80, no, $100 down to 2. Real, oh my God, price to sale. You know what the price to sale ratio is on this one? 0.0. This is like more of a bargain than anything else.
DCIX.
TUP. Sorry. It's a buy, guys. It's a buy at these prices. $100 all the way down to $2.50. What happened?
AMD 48 approach. Guys, I'll be right back.
Exactly. I don't know how they weren't able to like evolve. It's like the story of like Kodak. Speaking of Kodak, let's take a look at Kodak. Wait, what's the ticker for Kodak? I can't find. Damn. Actually, Tupperware did worse. Remember when Kodak came out saying that they were doing blockchain? We traded that. I think it was Kodak.
CVIA. TTOL.
Yeah, like, should we just be market consultants for these kind of companies? Like, they don't even have to say they have a product that protects food against coronavirus. They can just be like, we're researching a new Tupperware that prevents coronavirus. Can you imagine? That stock would go up like 100% at least. No, so Josh, there's actually companies. Tony uncovered this, so I have to give a shout out to Tony. This was long time ago. I don't even think Tony remembers this, but he uncovered this website which shows paid pumpers. Usually, they get about 30,000 to 50,000 for pumping any stock on, social. Now, there's like an entire list of companies that they would pump and how much they
GLBS.
would make. It was on some website. And technically, the term for them are market consultants. Come on. Let's go, TVIX. I should have taken some profits out. I was greedy. Shout out to Johnny for that beautiful alert on TVIX. That was beautiful.
SMPL. VRA. GLBS. DCIX. ATO. VDQ.
Okay, TUP, their book is clean. They're making over 400 million quarterly. On a yearly basis, over $2 billion. What the hell happened to the stock? They have enough cash,
That's why it's
receivables,
under
and
$5, man. Just buy it.
wait, you bought it?
Yeah, when I told you about it.
Wait, TUP?
Is it Tupperware?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tupperware. It's under $5 when I told you about it. The dividend's like 27 cents, I think.
I think they're cutting divvy. But okay, now I'll take a serious look at it. When my friend told me about it yesterday, I was like, is this like some sort of a you're the second trader to bring it up, so let's see. Ah shit, what did I get stopped out of?
Pro. KMPH.
Damn it, Soya. I'm looking into the books. It actually doesn't look bad, guys. It's like weird. Now the question is growth. Okay, now we know valuation is really good. Growth wise, I don't see growth. The only growth is because they closed down Divi, so that's a good thing.
Vor. OCUL APY.
So yeah, what do you think? Should we play this into earning?
GLBS.
When is earning?
Sorry.
When is earning?
Next week.
Might as well. It can. I don't think so. It could go any lower than.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know. Nah, Mars, a friend of mine, he plays dividend stocks, and I was curious about how dividend works. So I was trying to look up any high yielding like 10% dividends on the stock market. So I found
Atto.
TUP as like the hidden gem.
VDQ.
Roku from that 106 alert is at 109. AMD watch this for like a double top kind of formation. We don't crack over highs, not a bad short. Oh, and this is what I was talking about too. Look for, shorts at resistance, longs at easy plays. You don't have to stress too much. So you short at resistance, long at support. You know what? Let me chart this up for you guys. Yeah, you know what? I think I'll do the lesson now. Let me just open, what's it called? Trading View.
Hope. Shib. SABR. GLBS. CTRM.
All right. So, technical analysis, there's so many ways to do it, so many different ways to skin a cow, right? So, you're going to see the same thing in technical analysis. Now, for me, I do it a bit differently. I look at RSI volume. Well, actually, in order, the first thing is price action. Second is going to be volume. Third, RSI. Fourth is just probabilities, like using as much odds that I can stack in my favor to get like a better, outcome, right? So right now, this is a 30-minute chart of Roku. So, me and Johnny, we were talking in the morning, and Johnny was looking for, I think, 100s, which I would, but reading the 30-minute chart, what do you guys see? You guys see that it keeps bouncing on that 106 area. One. B, those bounces were justified by the volume that came in around that time period as well.
TTOL.
You'll also notice on my Bollinger Band, I'm running a 2 and a 3 standard deviation. So I like buying near the 3. On any time frame, this will work, right? As a short-term trader, I'm going to be using like the 30 minutes because I want to time my entries to the best support range. If I use a 15-minute, it's not going to be as strong of a support range as if I use like a 30-minute time frame, right? So I'm looking for those aggressive sells where it's A, the entry is going to be in between the 2 to the 3 standard deviation. B, where my losses are
VRA.
capped. If we cracked 106 and we don't recover, what do? I just stop out. So, the trade went up $3 a share. My risk is what? 50 cents? Does that make sense? So, this is why I
B.
call it like the best risk to reward trades when you're buying at support. Now, as traders, especially as day traders, we sometimes forget about the big picture, right? So there's a couple strategies I'm just going to teach you guys right now. One is this strategy, right? Now, I don't use moving averages. I don't really like to use VWAP, all that stuff. On certain trades like Roku, I know it's based on valuation. 106 is a decent price for Roku, and I have no problem bag holding it at that level. So, A, I'm stacking an odd in my favor. I have fundamentals that's telling me that it's a good buy. B, the market tanked 10% last week. What did Roku do? It literally stayed at that mark, right? So that's another good indication. So I'm stacking a second, odd in my favor. Third, we're at the bottom of that Bollinger Band. Buying it around that area for me is ideal. Because what does Bollinger Bands tell us? Guys, please don't get into TUP on the. We got to get in slowly before anyone else notices. Yeah, so it's the standard deviation, right? So the standard deviation matters. Now, I use the bell curve to kind of like justify this. So let's take a look at the bell. Someone just posted a picture of a bell curve.
GLBS.
You guys are too slow. So there's the bell curve, right? So just picture it like this. Like if the standard deviation is going to be between 2 to 3 is where I'm going to get the best entries, right? I'm going to be looking for trades around those areas. That's where I'd say like 60% of the trades stay within one standard deviation. There's actually statistics on this. I just forgot them. So I'm just going off of numbers that I remember. It's not the exact numbers, but it was something like 60 or 62% of the time SPY stays within one standard deviation. And then the rest of the time it's like within the 2 standard deviation. There's like 1.3 or 1.5% of the time that it goes above or under the 3 standard deviation. So that's odds that I'm using in my favor. So when I'm using it on a trade, that's the one thing that I look at, right? So time frame, good question. Time frame really doesn't matter. Well, actually, it does matter. Depends on your trade. Like if I'm doing
CANF.
a long-term investing portfolio, right, and I'm building one, I'm gonna be looking at the weekly. I want to get the really good deals, and that's why you guys notice I always get like the bottom on a train on a. It's because I'm looking at the standard deviation. I'm trying to stack this odd in my favor. Secondly, you got to know the catalyst. You got to know if it's worth it or not. Why did it go down is more important than, oh, it's at a really decent price. We don't know if it's a decent price. What if there's no revenue growth like TUP? I like this. Like the valuation right now is crazy. It's amazing. We're trading at 0.002, I think. On the
CTRM.
revenue side, right? Secondly, what else about Bollinger Bands? That's pretty much it. So there's a couple strategies with Bollinger Bands, but there's 2 things that you guys should. One, it's when Bollinger Band squeezes. Like, Tony's really good at this. Like, if you listen to him trading yesterday, you'll see that
SMPL.
he's able to look at the charts, but take a look at the psychology behind the chart and the traders that are trading the chart, right? That's really important. So when price consolidates and you see the Bollinger Bands getting tight, what is that telling you? Yeah, so it's squeezing. The reason it's squeezing is that buyers and sellers have now kind of pinpointed a buy and sell zone, right? Let's just call it like I don't know, like an equilibrium. There we go. So once you get to that point, right? What's next? there's going to be buyers, there's going to be sellers in the marketplace. Every order is a buy and a sell. So what happens next? We want to look for something substantial happening on the upside or the downside, right? So for us, we just have to figure out, okay, which direction was it going? Is it going to continue its trend? Is it overvalued? And like I said, the easiest way to see if it's overvalued, just measure the market cap difference, and just talk to yourself and be like, hey, did this justify an $8 billion market cap increase? Stuff like that, right? That's like the easiest way you can do it. Now, the reason that I say buy at support, your stops are really tight. Tony does the same thing. It just he was doing it on like a 1 minute time, right? And he was using I think he was using like moving averages. But he was actually looking at, where's the buyers, where's the sellers, when are they going to sell, when are they going to buy, that sort of questions. He's answering them while he's trading. Now you'll notice, like, we were trying to catch that knife because we were expecting 302 to 305, 304 was the target, right, which SPY did. And just when you're catching knives, you just want to stop out if you're wrong. And I think he stopped out twice before the third trade where he got it right, and then he made back the money that he lost on the previous two trades, probably a bit more too. Now that's on the buying side. What I like to look at is like a combination of those, right? Now you can use RSI, which is also, a nice indicator. So take a look at the 306 level when we hit it. RSI was moving up higher. So we got a little bit of a divergence between yesterday's trading and today's trading, right? That's a good indication. That's good. We're like, RSI is something that, we strongly use at UT. Most of us have kind of mastered it by now. I used to do this lesson like years ago, guys, so it probably sounded a lot better back then. Haven't really talked about Bollinger Bands and RSIs in a while. Yeah, so Ingo, I use the 2 and the 3, and you'll see it as a cloud on my. And that's why, like, I want to see where the price is moving, where it
TTOL.
consolidates. I don't want to buy when it's not hitting those metrics. I'm stacking odds against me. If I buy when it's not in the blue zone, which is like my buy zone, then I'm exposing myself to risk. What's my risk? It's going to be the lowest end. So it's going to be that 3 standard deviation, right? So you'll notice on Roku, like, for me, because I know fundamentals, even if it goes to 3 or 4, I wouldn't sell. I'll just wait to see if it finds support. If it doesn't find support, then I'll just wait to, like, add on to a trade like Roku. But if it wasn't Roku, if it was a completely different trade, I wouldn't stay in it. It just doesn't make sense to me, right? So Keltner brands, I don't use Keltner. I don't like the squeeze metric that everyone else uses, like the TTM squeeze. I tried using it. I've incorporated at least, like, I'd say at least 5,000 different charts. I haven't found value in it, right? Like, for me, ATR is used in a different sense. For me, I want to know, okay, how much meat can I get out of a trade? Like Tesla, we already know Tesla moves $50 a share at least. So if it moves $50 a share, that's about like 5 to 6% up or down, right? That's a huge amount of profits we can capitalize on. So, Tesla, even today, we weren't trading that type of move today, right? We had like what, 30, $40? Yeah, just under $30, right? So is today one of those days that I'm going to be going for a bigger play on Tesla where I'm looking for, $20+ a share? No, we're not getting that ATR move, right? So I use ATR in that sense where it's like, okay, I'm going to see where is the market moving? How far has it gone up or down? Are we trading on the inside bar? This is something that's important to me too. I don't want to trade within a range. Like, I want to see either a breakout or a breakdown where we're consistently going over the weekly candlestick or the daily or the hourly. I want to see a breakout, right? So at least we know it's a directional trade. Like today was just a soft day. We're not directional. We're just trading within the range, especially on spot. So for me, like today isn't a day where I see a lot of volatility where I'm going to be, holding on for tickers that are going in the right direction. And if you take a look at the daily chart on SPY, like we're inside a zone. You're not going to get a lot of movements when you're trading within a zone, right? This is like price consolidation point. We had a huge tank. We came back up. We tested resistance at like 315s. Came back down to test the 300 support, held the 300, and now we're just hovering between 315s to 300s, trying to figure out what price should we stabilize at based on the current news.
GLBS.
So those kind of times, this is more of like a squeeze area. I don't want to buy it in a squeeze. I want to buy it when it starts breaking out. So kind of use that to your advantage as well. And I guess that's about it. Now on the resistance side,
CTRM.
it's the same thing. Same thing, just the opposite steps, right? You're gonna just buy it at short it at resistance. You're gonna find that it's the lowest risk. I mean, AMD, we're like, okay, I think it looks like a double top over here. Stops is tight. You can just stop out 5-10 cents above, and then you can capitalize on like 30 cents. Actually, this was like a 50-cent move. Okay, let's go with 40 cents. So, really good risk to reward trade again on something like that. Those are what I look for personally. Now, AMD was a little bit more complicated. So let me explain.
SHIB MVIS.
All right. So for the AMD chart, if you take a look at it, what we have is, aggressive selling right out of the open. We found support, tested, we got some nice support range coming in. Now, the reason I was short biased on this when price was squeezing, you can see the bands got pretty tight over there, is because of one reason. Like, look at the sell volume when we first moved up to the, 4850 level. You see that massive sell order? You can see it in the volume. Then you take a look at the RSI. RSI is on a steady move down. We kind of bounced, but couldn't get our RSI high enough on that second bounce. And now we have resistance. So like this is a clear divergence on the RSI. When price was moving up, RSI is moving down. So that was an easier trade for me. And then it's like, okay, when do I cover the short? Take a look at the red circle. That's where the RSI found support previously. So we're expecting RSI to be around that area too, right? So that's an easier way to like trade it technically. Now you have to remember technicals work really well on stocks where traders are trading it technically, right? Like AMD, so much liquidity in it. So many traders are going to day trade it. It's at a attractive price point. It has no liquidity issues. It's an easy trade to get in and scale out. Larger traders like myself, we look for stuff like that. We want trades like AMD because we can get size in. We can scale into the trades and scale out. It's beautiful. One less thing to worry about is that slippage factor, right? And just give me a second. I'm just gonna look at my holdings first. Yeah, nothing happening. TVIX is back to the 110, so I might take a scalp here. But again, it's like today I don't see much movement on SPY. I was hoping it'll be directional. It's not. So might not. Yeah, of course. I don't take the TVIX trade and it goes up 60. But yeah, that's pretty much it for that strategy. And it's just how you incorporate everything, right? Like for me, my basic strategy for technical analysis, it works for me. It like keeping an eye on all of these things. For me, it's not even like a task anymore, and it's just easy for me. And I think with technical analysis, you just want to keep it simple. Don't overthink it. Don't use too many indicators. Just follow your system that you trust, right? Now, building a trusted system, you have to try different systems before you can find the one that you like, right? But you also have to give it a fair chance, right? I see so many traders, they trade off of, let's say, the squeeze. I tried using the squeeze. Like anytime I have like a new indicator that I'm testing, I'll always have it next to my current setup. And then I try and see, okay, can I implement it with my other indicators? Does it work, collaboratively? If it doesn't, then I just kind of just, scratch it.
GLBS.
Guys, simplified. Okay. So Mo Malley posted that chart, right? You can see there triangle formation. Now, someone tell me this, like a deep analysis. What creates the triangle? Tony isn't allowed to answer, any one of the older members, but I want you guys to look at the psychology of the chart pattern more than anything. Why do we have formations like this? It's price consolidation,
HCAT.
so I want you guys to just take a look at a few things right now. Most importantly, SPY tanked. Like I said, always tell yourself a story. If you're able to tell yourself a story, you're able to see the big picture. I've been teaching this for a long time, and I see the difference between really good traders. They're able to take a look at a chart and see the story behind the chart, and then they're able to react a lot faster. Now, for me, looking at a chart, I can see the story. I can see the past. I can see what it's trading at, why it's trading there,
VTIQ.
like what the
VDQ.
consensus is on that ticker. I can see if it's bullish or bearish, but that doesn't come easy. You just have to kind of build that justification, right? And you have to justify this to yourself. So the easiest way to do it, I took this from my experience in, asset management. It just tell yourself the story. Does it make sense to you? Is it too good to be true? Yeah, and it's not just the volume, it's also the price action. Like people ask me, what do I trade? Candlesticks. I love candlesticks. It tells me more information than any other indicator. It tells me ahead of time.
DCIX.
I think candlesticks are like a
CTRM.
leading indicator. I think bands is just probability. RSI is just to see if it's overbought, oversold, and getting those big, easy moves.
GLBS.
And also looking for divergence, right? That's what I use RSI for. Volume, that's just a confirmation of a trend, confirmation that the candlesticks are telling me the truth. Now, on a 1 minute time frame, candlesticks are going to lie to you. On a higher time frame, those candlesticks will tell you everything you need to know. That's why I
VTIQ.
love the daily chart. Whenever I look at any stock, the first thing I look at is the daily chart and try to figure out what is the story behind that daily chart. Tupperware, we were looking at it. Before I looked at the fundamentals, I looked at the chart. Now, in the perfect world, you have to have technical analysis and fundamentals to like have the best odds. You have to stack your odds in your
Toast.
favor because, guys, there's so many things the market is against us. If you're long biased, horrible time to be long biased, right? Even on something like TUP, normally I'll take like 10,000 shares. But even this, I think you have to scale into it just because you're not too sure what the market will do. No, fundamentals is not simple. That's the one thing. There's so much that goes into fundamentals. If you overlook one aspect of it, that could be the one aspect that is keeping the stock down, right? So let's say this. Why did Tesla run? Why was I so bullish on Tesla 2 quarters ago?
VDQ.
Was it based on their fundamentals, like the actual book? Or was it based on a DCF model? Or was it based on the CEO? You guys remember this. What was it based on? Thank you. So Josh came out with it. It was literally based on CEO. Elon Musk told us a story, right? My model suggested something totally different. Like they were supposed to be not making money. But when he comes out and he says, this is our forward guidance, and he was so confident in his earnings, you have to listen. I know as a analyst, we look at those earnings calls to kind of get a step ahead, right? We're competing against the best analysts in the world, guys. What we do in finance, risk management, and anything, when you're doing a like a financial model, like it is one of the hardest tasks to do. Well, it's the hardest task to do correctly. All right, you can put bullshit numbers up on a screen and on a spreadsheet, and yeah, it might work, might not, but that's not going to be, true analysis. Being able to kind of go into their earnings transcript and kind of see what the CEO is saying, seeing where your model is, and then adjusting your model based on what the CEO is saying. Though that kind of skill set, it's something that you earn after years of experience in like the FA side.
BIOC.
And that's why I say like what you guys spend on technical analysis, if you spend the same amount of time on fundamentals, you'll build this skill. Oh, I was mentioning Tesla, for example, right? And I was bearish on Tesla. We shorted at 260s, made money, went all the way down to 185s, which was my target price. And then earnings came out, and you saw me. I flipped a switch on that trade. As soon as he came out with it, I knew every single analyst that has to cover Tesla, they're gonna be like, okay, we have to upgrade, we have to update our models, right? As soon as you update the models, you're gonna be like, okay, this is astronomical numbers. Tesla's actually a deal based on what the CEO tells me. And you know what's the best thing about, fundamental analysis? As long as you go by the CEO's word, even if your model is wrong, it's not based on you. It's like, no, I use the CEO's words. The guy that knows the company more than anyone else told me this is what he's expecting. We updated our models based on that expectations. For me personally, as I'm a buyer of stocks, my valuation is always going to be on the low end, right? So even on the low end, the fundamentals were just like begging for a price increase, right?
CTRM.
And those are important things to know, especially when you're looking at stocks and why Tesla moved up, why we were so bullish on Tesla when like 2 quarters ago, we were so bearish. It was just because it's a fundamental shift based on what the CEO said. So what if you didn't listen to an earnings call? What if I just went on my model because I think I'm the best shit? My models are the best. I would have missed an entirely good play, right? That's why fundamentals, it's not so easy. I wish it was easy as looking at the books, looking at the balance sheet, looking at, the management team, looking at how many years of experience, what have they done in their career? Are they well equipped for this? Do they have enough employees? Do they have too much? Are they, what stage of what business stage are they in right now? Are they a growth stock? For me, I look for growth, obviously. It just outperforms value, right? But I use value to find the really good deals, right? Like LB when we bought it at $16. No brainer. For me, it was value. Tupperware, I think it's value. I'll let you know in about a week when the earnings come.
BCEL.
And yeah, you'll see like my trading
Vehicle.
mostly, it's like momentum is good. Momentum gets, the blood flowing. It gets the moves, and it actually like cushions your account. It makes the bigger chunk of the pie. Value takes a little bit of time, guys. You have to let it work. People don't just see value. When there's fear in the marketplace, you think value is what they're looking for? No, they're like, okay, we got to get out of our, extremely high, I don't know, let's say EV to
MVIS.
sales tickers, right? They're going to go through their portfolio. They're going to be like, okay, all of these stocks are overvalued. We got to scale out of them. That's why you see Facebook didn't, okay, I don't know what Facebook did, but let me check. Okay, Facebook's a bad example, but let's look at Shopify. Shopify tanked. That was a really good tank because everyone knows it's overvalued. It's just a matter of when do we get out. So let's see. Shopify went from 540s all the way down to 420s. That's huge. It was easy entry on Shopify. That was and okay, so we look at price, right? So how much is it from 540 to 420? How much of a decrease is that?
GLBS.
Let's tie this all together. Okay. So Momali, how much market cap did it decrease?
VTIQ. DCIX.
I want the dollar figures. Come on, you guys will be faster at this eventually. What was the market cap when it was trading at 540 versus 520? You can't forget this formula. Outstanding shares multiplied by share price. That's the outstanding shares. There you go. I'll make it easy.
BIOC.
All right. So you can just round it up. Let's say 63 versus 48. So how much of a decrease was that on market cap? All right. So now take a look at that. Was that justified? Well, because it was overvalued, yes. But is that a really good dip buy? Hell yeah. Because not even a week ago, people were willing to pay that much more for a stock. Just a week ago, we had killer earnings. Everyone was bullish on it, but the market just, went down. Does that change anything on the fundamental basis of that stock? Nothing. It's just a really good dip. So, you can use all this and incorporate it into your strategy. And if you can, you're going to just stack odds in your favor. The more you do, the better odds you're going to have in your trades, right? Now, what's the other odd we can stack on Shopify? I'm using Shopify because I traded this one, so I kind of know my thought process between. But take a look. What does the chart do? Where did the chart go? It went right down to that standard deviation buy zone for me. Where's the RSI? Right down to the oversold. When you see something like that, that's beautiful. This is like confirmation for me. This is where, technicals and fundamentals just collide. Now, why else? Now, here's the next step too. Volume profile. So now I just zoomed out a little bit on Shopify. What is the volume profile telling you?
GLBS. SHIB.
So you have to dig deep into volume profile, but this is also where fundamentals come in
MVIS.
play, right? So for a stock like Shopify, I kind of know where my levels are. But when you take a look at volume profile, so I just zoomed in a bit. So now, we saw the big picture. Now we're looking at the smaller like smaller picture, I guess. And you'll notice that from 360s to 410s, we're going to see that as a loading opportunity because that's where a lot of volume came in, right? That held that trend up. It continued to move up past that point. So what's my risk? 407. Like that's like my max risk. Where does that 407 line hit? It hits exactly at that 3 standard deviation. So now I know
OCUL.
my risk on a trade. Secondly, now I know my resistance too.
VDQ.
478 to about 480. That's going to be a resistance zone because there's a lot of like buying and selling in that price point, right? So I'm going to look at that as my scale out target.
VTIQ.
So there you go. Now you have the risk capped and the scale out target cap. Now, what makes this trade really good is you see the gap in price after 480 all the way up to 530 on the volume profile. That's telling you one thing. There's not a lot of demand in that zone. Like the price didn't even actually reach half of it, right? So that's a good area for a gap fill. So do I think Shopify is going to go to 530 again? Yeah, because there's a higher probability that it will because there isn't a lot of resistance once we stay over that 480 mark.
OTEL.
Krish, you know the blue line over there, the blue cloud underneath the stock price?
OXBR.
The lower end of it is the 3 standard deviation. The top end of it is the 2 standard deviation. Vice versa for the top side. Now, you have to stack odds too. Okay, why am I so bullish on Shopify? Why was I like, okay, guys, buy it? It was so simple. It was just like their earnings was good and their growth rate is double digits. It's like I think it was like 25 to 35%. Don't quote me on it. But yeah, using that It's easy. Mar, you sneaky devil. Tupperware has options. Oh boy. I don't know. I never traded options. Like I only did it as a hedge for anything under like $5. Biggest one option trade I ever took was on NAC. But yeah, let me just quickly take a look at my holding. All right, what a good time to do a lesson. All right, so I think that's pretty much everything. You know, you just got to be able to tell yourself a story, justify the move, you know, read the psychology of the trend and the chart pattern. Chart patterns, they don't just mysteriously form. You know, like if we all know we're going to buy a, you know, double bottom, right? Who creates the double bottom? Answer that question for me, actually. Let's see if you guys got it. How are double bottoms formed? Who creates
VTIQ.
them? If everyone always buys, you know, when it moves up, not just institutions. Guys, I want to see a story, not one word answer. You know what? Let me give you a live example first. You know, it's going to be easier with a live example. So let me find, if I can find one. Actually, SPY yesterday was a good example. Yeah, SPY yesterday. Let me take a
GLBS.
There we go. So what happens? We got aggressive selling driving the price down, right? So now we're at a level where we're like, okay, buyers and sellers are happy. You know, you're going to get shorts covering, like Cypher just mentioned too. You're going to get shorts covering. They're like, okay, this is the meat of the trade. I'm going to take some profit. Now, like everyone that's short on a ticker like this, let's say everyone's short at 306, right? You just had an aggressive move that was just
OCUFU.
directional. It goes one direction, guys. What do you do? When do you get out? You get out as soon as you see volume confirming that, you know what, the trend looks exhausted. You get out because it's at the lowest end of your Bollinger Bands. You get out because the RSI is stupidly low. Now take a look at that first
VTIQ.
bottom on SPY. Look at the RSI. That was a ridiculously low RSI for it, right? And you'll see this like throughout almost every single like technical. You're gonna get to a point where everyone's gonna start taking profits. You've hit more than the ATR on SPY. You're like doing really good on your trades. Now you see like volume confirming that okay, this might be the bottom. You now see price consolidating. So we pushed back up to like the 300s, couldn't break over 300s, came back down to that 298 level. What happens at 298 now? The same guys that didn't cover their shorts, they're like, okay, if this doesn't break another low, I'm gonna cover my short, and that's what happens. So you'll see from 298, we moved right back up to 301s this time. And now the guys that were still, you know, adamant and stuck in that short and they like, you know, stuck to their guns, the next time it comes down to that 299 level, we tried to get to 298. it couldn't even get there, they're going to be the last, like the last lot of traders that's now going to be just covering into their position. At the same time, you're going to have buyers like us, like me and Tony. We're like, hey, I can see it going to 302, 304. Okay, so then when do we buy? When do we scalp this out? We looked for opportunities. At first, we're looking at 304 to 306 targets. It was like my target at least.
BIOC.
But then it came down hard. So as soon as it came down hard, we're like, okay, we'll wait for it to go down. I think we were mentioning 300 has to break. It broke 300. Then we're like, okay, now what? Luckily for us, it was like a quick decline back down to the 298s. And as soon as you hit 298s, we're like, okay, now it makes sense. We can get a nice little mean reversion trade off of this. But yeah, that's everything. Everything on this trade was just based on, fundamentals. No, sorry, the technical. And it was literally like that pattern was formed just because of the psychology behind the pattern more than anything else. I tried using the, what is it? I think it's called something sequential, right? Sequential count indicator on top. I don't find it to be relevant to me. I don't think everything turns in 9, like candlesticks. I don't think it's like, for me, I want something I can trust, right? If it doesn't work majority of the time, I don't want it. So for this system that I use, it works majority of the time. So, you know, I don't know if I'll get any additional, benefit from just having that. Plus, it makes my charts look ugly, and I don't like that either.
COS.
All right. Any other questions? Lemonize, there's actually, I never got, like, I don't think I learned it from technicals. Like, telling a story was important to us as fundamental analysts, right? When we're analyzing anything,
XAIR.
we kind of want to be able to, you know, pitch the idea. We don't make trading
SHIB.
decisions. We just analyze it, but we have to pitch it to the guys that actually make those decisions, right? So how are we going to pitch it? We got to tell them the story. People buy the story, not the product most of the time. We don't, because we're smarter
VDCO.
individuals that aren't like, trapped in consumer. But majority of the people, they do. One of the biggest stats that
GLBS.
actually was like mind-boggling to me was consumer spending. We are all different people, right? But in finance, you learn, even though we're so totally different. Like I live in Toronto, it's like diverse as hell, right? You would assume our consumer spending is different, but to be honest, on a quantitative basis, our consumer spending is pretty much aligned with everyone else's. We think we might be making certain purchases more than others, but to be honest, we're all like conditioned to have that one approach when it comes to consumer spending. When I first like researched it and I learned it, I was like surprised. That was one of the. I'm just a nerd. Things like that excite me. So it's called volume profile, volume by price,
TTOL.
something like. I like volume. You know, volume is the biggest thing. Everyone has to read Anna Cooling's book. It is a mandatory book. You have to read it. If you can't judge price, uh, no. If you can't judge volume, then you're not gonna get far in trading, at least. Yeah, volume has to confirm the trend. So, Alan, I'm not sure if you were listening in when me and Tony were talking yesterday, but you'll notice that one of the things that we did was like, okay, I don't like the volume. I see a move up, but we didn't trust because there wasn't enough volume justifying that move.
OCUL.
There you go. That's the book. Volume price analysis. Hi Tash. Please tell me you got the 760 short on Tesla. Man, I was waiting for 763, but I thought I'd like looking at it right now. That was the most retarded thing that I could have. I should have just been like, okay, add up until 763 and then just stop out. You know, volume precedes price. Always remember that. If the volume flows, you're gonna see prices gonna move in whichever direction. For me, I do a lot of reversion trades, right? You know, like for me, I like extreme moves down and then catching those knives. I like extreme moves up and then shorting those plays down. For me,
AAL.
that's key. Like when I was short biased on space at like what 35 plus, that was easy for me. That was all based on volume because there's nothing else you can base it on. The fundamentals didn't justify the price. It was just, Wall Street bets and every other retail trader just going nuts over this company. And, consumers, when you have a stock like that, that's like a cult stock or people love because everyone's made money, it's going to be hard for those people to sell, especially if they made a shit ton of money on a stock like that, right? So then, you use volume to your advantage. Where are the smart money getting out? And you'll notice smart money's already out. Like that's why in the marketplace, I was like, I'm so cautious on the market for the next 7 weeks. We already know smart money left before the market even tanked. I told you guys it was risk off time period for me. I'm not taking any new positions. I'm not looking to do anything else, but move my stops a bit tighter. And I still don't think this is where you put risk on. I think we're gonna get a bigger move down. So I'm hoping my September SPY puts will work. All right. Any other questions, guys? Guys, all of this stuff is
VIOC.
actually covered in Knowledge is Power. It's really important you guys read through it. If you guys don't learn it for yourself, no one else is going to do it for you. This isn't a job. You are your own boss. So if you don't actually put in the time or the effort to, keep up and study, you're just always going to be behind. Remember, this is a tough job, guys, because you have to be your own boss in every scenario. Sometimes you have to be a trader. Sometimes you have to be your own compliance officer, right? Sometimes you have to be your own manager. And, for me, you guys already know I'm brutally honest with myself. My trading journal is mostly swear words and then a mix of um, actual like data. I'd say 50-50. Like, you effing retard. How many times do you effing have to do this again? That's pretty much how my trading journals go. Because honestly, you have to be brutally honest with yourself. And I'm hard on myself. I have to be. And I think every successful person is too. I know, like, Cypher, you probably are too.
What am I?
Like, hard on yourself.
Oh yeah, too hard sometimes. You're only as, I mean, when you work for yourself, you're only as good as your boss is. I mean, a lot of people that work for themselves are really lazy. If you use TJ as a role model, he's wealthier than all of us, but he still works harder than almost anybody in here, and so that should be your motive.
GLBS.
And nobody's going to do it for you. I mean, all you kids with silver spoons in your mouth, you got to work a little bit harder.
BNFT.
To put it nicely and bluntly all at once.
Yep. Yeah, guys, like, you're in charge of your future and value your future. That is the biggest thing that I've learned in my life that got me to where I am, is just putting my future ahead of my current. I don't know.
I think delayed gratification, mastering the art of looking for tomorrow rather than, valuing the future over today is such a anti-normal skill. But if you can master that, it's one of the one of the key things to becoming wealthy, not just financially, but in anything that you invest in.
Yeah, not just wealthy either, happier. Believe me, if you're able to put your, like, your current situation aside and work towards your future, you're just going to be a happier person because you're actually accomplishing something which you struggled for. Like, that's sort of like, for me, I don't care if I make money or not in the marketplace at this point, because every day I wake up happy because of my journey that I took to get to where I got, right? That's something that no one can ever take away from you. But if you don't have that confidence in yourself, like, I'm not a confident person. I'm like a introverted, I'm outgoing introvert is what I would kind of position myself. But when it comes to trading, I'm confident, and that's because of the years that I put into this, right? You got to build that confidence to take those big plays, and you got to use that confidence, and apply it when you see those really good. I kick myself because I sold Shopify too early again. This is not the first time I've done it, especially on this ticker. But it's important to be honest. It's important to, know when things aren't going your way and, like, readjust for that. So then you don't do it the next. Can be perfect, but you can improve over time.
Focus on long-term goals with stacks of short-term goals accumulated. Have your long-term set. And that will help, with your drive. Instead of just these mini accomplishments, go for long-term stuff and put a lot of work into it.
Yeah, shoot for the stars. You'll land on the moon at least. Don't go for the moon. You're gonna be stuck in the atmosphere. Plummet right back down like Tesla's first rocket.
Ooh, that was. Hey, yo.
There was I can't find the article right at the moment, but there was a lab test done, a study done on people. It's called the marshmallow test, And I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember the exact details, but they're unimportant. Basically, kids were given the choice: do you want one marshmallow now, or are you willing to wait 15 minutes to get two? And what they found out was the kids that were willing to delay their gratification to get more later ended up being a lot more successful in life. Simple as that.
So you can have your cake, just don't eat it.
Sell it for 2 cakes.
I like that. One more thing too. You learn from your mistakes. Always remember this, guys. Like this is the biggest, my other biggest lesson, I guess, would be,
RCON.
you know, we survivalship biasness. It's a thing. Everyone does it, and
BIOC.
media, you know, portrays it all the time, and we're just conditioned to see it that way, right? But let me quickly find a YouTube video because I'm not a psychologist, but this will kind of explain everything about it. I haven't watched the video, so I'm hoping this one.
GLBS.
Oh, that's also one of the reasons why I don't like posting profits too. I think it goes into the wrong mentality for our group. When I used to post profits every day, I see a lot of people trying to go for those bigger gains, but also risking way more capital. Like when I mean capital, like portfolio allocation was just so off versus mine. But when you're, you know, chasing big numbers, when you made a really good return, when you're trading like 1,000 shares plus, it's really hard for you to actually calm yourself down and know when to like take smaller trades versus larger trades because you're used to like, you know, a certain amount of profits and that sort of things, right? But it's not
VDQ.
and it's not easy either. So, you know, sometimes I have to like be real with myself and check myself.
CTRM.
Today I was trading TVIX a little bit too heavy. So then I was like, okay, we don't have the moves that I'm expecting. Just scale down on the size.
HTBX.
Epic, that's a brilliant idea. Epic, I think we do have a toss, I guess like a it's just a label that'll help you too. It's somewhere. If someone can post it, I'd be greatly appreciated. Just it'll tell you how much you can take risk on, depending on how much your capital, your risk, you're allocating towards. Whoa, large volume on space there. Did we get the bottom? Should we buy calls again? Ooh, space looks nice. Actually, we can actually tie this in with our lesson. Let me quickly post a. Now you guys tell me the story on this one. Where would you buy? Where is your stop? Where is your target? Everything can be like, you can view all of them on this chart. I'm gonna mark it on my chart too, just to see if we all get the same answer.
AIM. NCNA.
Wait, why is my toss volume different from my trading view? Wait, what the hell? My trading view volume is lower. Is that just me? All right, Gabe, go ahead and explain it since you're on.
So basically, what I see, I mean, you have your large purchase and hang on. So basically, if you look at it, I mean, it shows it's touched your lower area of your volume profile, and you notice the largest part is where the most action is. So if you're anywhere below that, I think it's a good buy. Your RSI, if I circle down below on that first circle on the RSI, that's a definite perfect area for entry because you're so low on the RSI. I mean, there's not much lower. I mean, it could always go lower, but I mean, it's still a good buy up. And anything below that point is still a good buy up. It trended up. It's starting to trend down again. We're low again at this point where I've circled on the very right side on the RSI. We're also dipping down to the lower side of the cloud and lower part of the volume profile. So I think between this point and anything lower, as long as there's no negative news, I think would be a good buy up for a long hold.
What else is confirming that? Use the indicators. What else are you going to use to confirm your thesis?
Both. So we actually have a trend line that's formed out a little bit earlier too. So it's sitting on top of that trend. Um, let's see what else. So cloud, volume profile,
VD code.
RSI, volume's depleted a little bit on the bottom side. So the selling pressure looks like is kind of tapered off a little bit. If you look at the selling pressure, so
Share.
the sellers are kind of dying off. It looks like a lot of it is sold off already. Was there something else you wanted me to point at?
No, that's pretty much everything. Know where your risk is. Know where your profit targets is. Where their resistance is going to be. Volume profile tells you exactly where people have been loading up, and they're now stuck in the trade.
GLBS.
Good job, guys. I'm proud of you.
BIOC.
Good job, people.
Here's a cookie.
It's a fortune-telling cookie. All the way from Wuhan.
With a special ingredient.
You betcha. So just throwing it out there on voice if anyone's
FNDX.
listening. So there's going to be one or two of us that are going to be looking at the GARP FRM books. If you guys want to order those, you can study along with us. We're going to be probably having discussions and stuff. Yep. So if you guys are interested, hit me up. The book sets, the hardbacks are $300, and then the PDFs you can buy from the GARP website for like $250. So they're spendy, but
Yeah, and I highly encourage it. You know, when Gabe's doing it, when other
SNDX.
people in our group are doing it, if you guys do it together, you're just, increasing the odds that you all are going to achieve it, right? So it makes more sense. Just work together.
so far there's just me and one other person, and the other person has ordered the books. So
Yeah, like fix a time, like a schedule, like let's say 2 hours a day. You guys just have a voice chat. We have different
CTRM.
channels, so you can just go into that channel. People that want to listen in can also do that as well, and you guys can just learn off of each other.
and when I say GARP, I don't mean this guy.
That looks like Gabe.
Yeah, it does. All right, so there's the website if you want to get the materials from the GARP website. So I got it. It takes about a week for delivery.
You don't even have to do that. Cypher literally linked it on New Traders Program or Knowledge is Power. You can just download the PDF.
That's the older PDF, right?
Not much has changed in financial analysis. Oh, I can't imagine.
Well, I guess when I talked with them, they said they change about 10% of it every year, with some of the rewardings and some of the new regulations that come through every year. So they said between 5 to 10% has changed a year. So if you guys want to read the old stuff, that's fine. But this is for the new stuff if you guys want to buy it.
Regulations constantly change. That's something you have to keep updated with. But I don't think that's a big concern. You guys are going to find more value on this when you actually are able to analyze risk. And guys, this skill is what makes me the cheapest person in the world. Okay, like it'll teach you every form of risk, and that's important because you're actually going to learn how to manage risk, how to evaluate risk, and that's huge. Once you know that aspect, then you know how to do the forecasting. You're good. You're set for life. You can do whatever you want in your life. You'll still be successful because you have the groundwork that's required.
So just so you guys know,
HTGM.
I went and charged my account, and I got some of the learning videos to go along with it, and I'm saving them. So anyone that wants to study this with me, I'll go ahead and post this in certain areas. I've got a study area, and you guys can have the
TRNX.
videos for free. So I've already bought it all. So anyone that wants to study along, it's going to take me between 1 year and 2 years, guys. It's going to take a while. So if anyone wants to do it, Ingo wants me to resell the material, but it's fine, man.
GLBS.
I just want to help people out.
I created a channel for an FRM study group.
VDQ.
I'm gonna keep it right near U.S. equities. I want you guys to, view it.
Okay. Okay. I'll look for it. I also, and TJ, I'm also going to invite you to the FRM study server so I can keep everything organized since there's so much material.
All right, cool. You know what? We should just make a channel for it here. Makes it easy.
Well, I have I'm
Ship.
going to have 20 sub channels at least and everything. So if it's just a channel, it's just everything conglomerated. I was hoping to keep things organized because we're going through different chapters and different discussions within the chapters. And that way I can post the videos per chapter and everything easily.
Oh, that's true.
So the other member that bought the copies, he's going to get them in like a week, and then he'll be able to study. So anyone else that wants to do that, let me know soon because I'm already starting to read and study.
Mike, I wish I can do after hours, but I am literally working on an algo for like 9 or 10 hours a day after I'm done trading. This week I'm taking it a little bit easier, so usually I start at like 2 o'clock, but yeah, taking it easy.
BNFT.
That's the hardest thing for me is to stop working, and it's screwing up my sleep schedule. So gotta like take it easy a little bit.
The videos are usually uploaded during the evening after the day is over, James, and so you could probably see it late at night or tomorrow morning.
No, I don't listen to vinyl. I barely have time to listen to music, to be honest. I'm not sure. It's maybe because I'm pressing my push to talk button just a little bit too. I'm assuming that's the case. Oh, maybe it's a set. Oh, is it the push to talk release delay? Delay, I mean. Wow, it could be that. All right, is it better now?
I actually hear you fine, TJ.
All right, that's good. Now let's look for some trades. So boring today. I think we were just spoiled with really good trades. Now it's like, the market didn't move $4 a share or 3%. Blasphemy.
CTRM.
DLTR. I always wanted to buy that stock. Nice growth ticker. Let's see if it makes sense valuation wise.
And for those people that are PMing me, just if you guys just want the videos and not do the study, but just to have the videos, that's a no-go. There's a lot of work that I got to put in along with money and stuff. So if you guys just want to mooch the stuff, it's not happening. So if you guys want to be a part of it and are serious about it, I'm more than welcome to have you guys in. But if you just want the videos just to have them, then that's a hard no.
Yeah. It's only for people that are dedicated. And guys, you're not going to go far in life watching videos. Ocean Grove, you can go ahead and share it. That's true, Ingo. But I'd say if you spend that time wisely and you read a book, you'd probably be able to retain 70%. Then you'd be at 7,000. And it's probably going to take you the same amount of time as watching 100 videos. Read 10 books.
All right, Ingo, man, have a good one, buddy. And I know you don't have a ton of time, but hey, it'd be cool to have you in the FRM group too. So GARP is actually the FRM. GARP is the company that puts on this exam. So GARP is not the license; it's the FRM license, and it's a financial risk manager, and that's under a CFA. So if you have a CFA is like the golden standard. But if you don't have any kind of degree or anything like that, basically you can take the FRM without any kind of prequals and study your ass off and still be able to get designated. And so it's like a step under a CFA.
80% of the stuff you learn in a CFA, most people don't use it. Like highly specialized analysts, they might use it. FRM, I think it's a life skill. I think if you know how to master this, you'll be good in any decision that you make going forward.
And they do going through skimming some of the books to see what I'm going to learn. They do a lot of statistical evaluating models, and so we'll be digging a lot into that, it seems. But we're going to start from chapter 1, review it, and we're going to have some testing that we're going to do over every single chapter, and then we're going to move on. So it's going to be a long duration, but I'm more than happy to bring people with me on this journey. Just so you guys know, the pass rate on the first time going through of the
No, don't tell
FRM
them that.
is. Don't tell them that. Oh, okay.
It's let's just say it's better than the CFA. There you go.
Not too much, but yeah. Yeah, that's right. The pass rate is 98%, Bobby Wasabi. You got it. You nailed it.
You're 98% more likely to get the FRM if you pass CFA level 1.
Yep.
There we go.
Well said.
It's all about how you position it, guys.
But the majority of the people don't pass is because they don't know, they don't have study groups. They just kind of read and flip through the book thinking they could just pass it. Then they jump in, and many people don't pass until their sixth try. Some people pass both back to back, first and second level, because they knew how to study, and the prior experience before stepping in, they really pushed hard to do it. So
GLBS.
there's different levels of study.
There's gonna be days
TRNX.
that you want to shoot yourself, but it's important to go through it. It's like Hell Week. Actually, I was teaching someone about this too, actually, because I was reading a book called Leadership Strategies and Tactics. It's from a former Navy SEAL. So, the whole idea of Hell Week, right, that they go through in SEAL training. Yeah, it's Jacko. It's just like it's pushing you
Vidiku.
mentally, emotionally, physically. Like you are getting the trifecta of all the shit that can come, downhill, I guess. And one thing, he mentioned that it kind of like clicked to me too is
VTIQ.
you'll realize that you are stronger than what you thought you were or what your mind told you that you were, and that you can actually overcome anything. Don't let fear like motivate you. If you're afraid of just failing, this is the wrong field. There's a lot of unionized jobs out there. That might be down your, comfort level. But, risk is everything for us. You have to be able to manage it, especially like internally. Um for me, the strongest I think asset is like having a level head,
KMPH.
especially in market volatility like this. And being able to buy that fear, that is difficult. I'm like, you can constantly see me buying stocks, and I'm like, I'm the same guy that just says in the next 7 months, 7 weeks, it's going to go down. So it's really tough for me to, go on alongside. But yeah, it's all about, I guess, like managing risk, and you'll learn everything in that FRM book. And it's not just for trading, by the way. You can apply this in everyday life. When you're buying a home,
Vidiku.
when you're thinking about remortgaging, which investment vessel are you going to look at when you're 60 years old and you're just want to have some sort of drip investment where it's paying you out? What's the best thing for you? Why you should never buy an annuity? You'll kind of see all that once you go through the exams. And then you'll be able to cut the bullshit on anyone that's trying to sell you a product. You'll know what the bottom line is and where there's value for you versus where there isn't, where someone else has more value in it than you do. And annuities is like the easiest way to mention it, because those are the shittiest things you can ever buy. The fees, the taxes, like the amount of stuff that they just tax you on. Well, when I mean tax, I don't mean like actual taxes, but like actual, like the broker industry. It is ridiculous.
Mick, like I said before, man, if you just want to glance at them, you can buy your own, or you can download that free PDF. Um, but if you just want to have it just to have it, man, yeah, I got the hard copies, so these are going to be kind of hard to share.
Yeah, like the PDFs it's in the New Traders program. Sorry, Knowledge is Power channel. Please review those first, because it's not easy to learn and then teach at the same time. It's not, and that's way too much pressure on Gabe. And Gabe has to perform for my sake, because he's going to be working for me one day, hopefully. Maybe you'll get scooped up by like Merrill Lynch or something. They're going under, by the way, so don't take a job offer there.
That's all right, man. No, crazy enough, I've already had an offer or two, but I'm like, nah, I'm good. Because people don't realize, it in the end, when you have a lot of experience like I do, and just in life in general, in the end, it's not so much about the money. I mean, money still is important and stuff, but it's more about the people that create the environment that you want to be in. And if you could have a choice between more money or being happy at work because you enjoy the people, I'm gonna choose the people over money anytime. The goal is obviously if you could have both, that'd be great. But yeah, definitely people over money, man.
GLBS. OCUL. VDCO.
So it's more important to know how to get to the answer, what makes the answer like in a, I guess, like a logical and like practical sense. Because most of the stuff that you're going to be doing,
CDTX.
I already have spreadsheets for that. It'll cover everything. You don't actually have to do math anymore. We've evolved past that. But you do have to be able to analyze the data. And if you don't know how it breaks down, then, nothing's going to really help you.
But in order to do a lot of the
Eno.
formulas for the test, you probably got to know a
Oh,
little
for the
bit.
test, you have to know it. Hands down. But in a practical sense, you'll probably not have you actually don't have to do anything really. Excel is so amazing.
Uh, I don't know, man. Spy looks like it's still in a chop zone, man. It's still within a channel for the day. Hasn't broken above or below that. So I don't know if you're saying it's picking a direction. It's still in chop zone, man. Today is just a sideways pattern. I'm actually not gonna probably do the majority of the market today at all. Sitting on my hands as a strategy, so I'll just.
You know, I used to think the same way, Ice Block, until my teacher, long time ago in grade school, kind of just taught me. And it's like math is elite. It's like it's for the elite. Throughout history, that's how it was like perceived. And then it was like, okay, so if I have to be the best, I have to know this. And it really is. Like, we don't think things are based on math, but everything is around us. Everything we touch, everything we buy, some sort of math went into it.
Absolutely. I mean, especially math with applied physics, that's like everything, almost everything, everything. That's what you call cause and effect and the recoil and reaction of everything.
So, Alan, math is something you practice. It's not something you're just gonna like get after like an hour of studying math. I think you have to apply yourself, and this is a hard thing. I mean, believe me, it's not. It's not fun. That's the one part about math that I hate. It's just it's not fun at all. Like there's no enjoyment out of it. You know, for us as traders, the enjoyment is that we use that to make money. So then it's like a direct correlation, but most of the time it's not, right? I would say it's there's a huge learning curve. I think it's probably going to be the hardest thing you'll ever study, but believe me, once you do,
CTRM.
like you can't really forget it. You'll forget formulas, you'll forget a lot of things, but you'll be able to apply it into everything you do in your life. And that's something that's important. You know, like working on your life skills is the biggest thing. You have to have that learner's mindset and be able to, push yourself to do the stuff that you don't want to do. You know, like my dream team guys know, um, they didn't have to draw charts out, post their trades, and also give like a summarized explanation of how well or they did on the trade and what they could have improved on. But it has helped them, right? And it's not easy because most of these guys, like Gabe trades, like at that time I think you were trading like 20 stocks a day, so 20 different trades. So for him to just go and chart those out, it took longer than him taking the trade. But hopefully that's, for me, that was a big lesson too. So then I didn't overtrade. Less homework for me.
Yeah, for sure. And now it's crazy, when everything looked foreign to me in the beginning, and now I could look at any chart, chart it out in an instant, and sometimes I don't even have to chart it out. I go, okay, it's already. I can see where it's going to go. I can see the trend lines. I can see it without even charting it. Charting it just helps for a better reference point when you quick glance. And so I'll chart stuff out sometimes at night or in the evenings when I'm done studying, just for the following day. And then it's crazy the following few days, and sometimes a long time later, you'll pull up a chart and you're saying, "Oh, what did this? Oh, it bounced right off my trend line. Where was this pulled from? 6 months ago. Holy crap!" So it's good to do your homework and your extra work because sometimes it really pays off in the future runs.
No, not drawing trend lines. Yeah, I'm gonna
Support resistance lines.
So take a look at Ingo's post here. You'll see the analysis that he went into on a trade that he took. This is the level of skills you guys have to, show. Like again, like Gabe said, no one's gonna do this for you. You have to do it for yourself. So picture this: if you do this day in day out, you trade 5 stocks a day. Can you imagine how much work that is? But doing it you'll get more improvement by doing this on a daily basis than anything else. I know everyone on the dream team will agree with me on that one, right? Cypher, Gabe, is that a yes or no?
Sorry, I kind of had in the background. What was the question?
No, like I posted on the trading chat, like over analyzing your trades afterwards and writing down what you did well, you know, like in a paragraph form. Has that helped you in your trading going forward?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think if you don't do post analysis, especially when you're in the learning process, which which is could be forever. Post analysis on your trades. What went right? What went wrong? Like finding areas that you can improve on. Like it makes all the difference in the world, because so the two biggest takeaways from the dream team and just learning from TJ was, do statistics on your trades, and Trader View or Trading View or whatever it's called. That site is really good for importing your trades, and it helps you spot weaknesses and strengths, and what strategies you're best at and where you're actually making money. So sometimes you get confused by that. And then doing post analysis, I think these are the two keys. If you are trying to learn right now and you have a strategy that you haven't really proven, maybe it's been working out for you, but you don't know if that's random or for real, import the trades, have it do an analysis over time, do post analysis of your trades with charting. And this is the secret. It's just hard work. This is the secret for becoming better. And once you find a strategy on paper that is working for, let's say at least 100 trades, then you have enough data points there that you can do what Mark Douglas says in his Psychology, which is anything can happen on a single trade. It's random outcome. You have no idea. Some fat dude with a lot of money in Idaho is pulling the trigger right in the middle of trade, throws your stop loss off, and you're going to think, oh, I did something wrong. I had the wrong idea on that. Well, maybe you didn't. That's why you need a sample size that's big enough where you can actually see the results over a set of trades. The set of trades is what matters, not a single trade. So to me, these three things are like some of the biggest keys to getting better at trading.
And like Cypher, I'm just gonna share like one trade of yours, but you can take a look. It doesn't matter how you do it. Ingo wrote like a huge description, but Cypher, I like Cyphers because it's within the chart, so it's like one little reference point and it's just a picture. So you guys can take that picture, put it into different folders based on your strategy. And now you have like sample size, and that's important. You know your data, you know when you did right, where you went wrong, and hopefully you know when to stop out when you're wrong. And this is important. You have to be able to talk to yourself and see where you can improve, what you did good. You can see on Cyphers, what he did good, what he has to improve on. And yeah, pretty much there you go.
And guys, some people have a problem with paper trading, like you just don't like it. But honestly, I use paper trading all the time when I'm testing something new. When I have an idea, and I don't know if TJ does this or not, but when I have a new idea and I don't know yet if it's really going to work, I don't use real money on that. I go back to paper. I'll do my real trades on one screen, and then I'll test my new strategy in another screen in paper. And there's no point to risk real capital on something that you haven't proven yet. The strategies should really prove themselves to you before you start putting, real capital, or at least large real capital, on it.
Absolutely. So Cypher brings up a great point. We just shifted over to futures. Looking at futures, and even though futures is kind of the same style of trading, I'm totally doing paper on futures. And even though it's raking in just crazy amount of money, building up my confidence, I still don't have enough data points or data entries to say it's justifiable and futures are a good play. So I need to do many more days of paper trading before I have all the data to say, okay, I actually am pretty good at futures.
Don't think about it as a lost opportunity. Think about it as you saving your capital. Like when you're testing something new, it's just not going to work. It's not going to work well until you really prove. I mean, maybe you get lucky, but for me, luck is not a thing I want to play with. So test a new strategy. When it proves itself to you over a sample size that's sufficient, then go live with it, and go live with conservative amounts, and then build up into. This is the way that I started, and I think a lot of people do. Is in the beginning, I was learning trading from TJ and the Dream Team. I was paper trading everything. Then I went to real, and every time I had a new strategy, so I had one strategy. So I was sitting on my hands a lot, because with only one strategy, there's a lot of trades you can't take, right? So what do? You come up with a new idea, a new strategy in your playbook. You start testing that on paper. It works. Now you have two strategies. Now I have like maybe 10 or 11 strategies of which maybe 3 of them are like awesome. But now I can take a lot more trades because I've gone through that process. And yes, it takes time. This takes time, but it will pay off. The work pays off.
Yeah, and I'm gonna give you like a good example of that too. Like, Gabe, this was posted 2 weeks trading. This was back, last. But you can see in June, this is when we were training him in the dream team. And just take a look at like Gabe, like shout out to you, like look at your progress. Even then, okay, like here's the stats. Look at his average winning trade, $32. Average losing trade, $5. Gabe, it was under like a strict rule back then where he's not allowed to trade large sizes. That's why you see that it's like really small sizes there. Winning trades, 63% perfect. And look at the average hold time. So this is something that I wanted everyone in our dream team to improve. And I can say quantifiably that every single member has actually improved on this, which is the average hold time on a winning trade versus a losing trade. You see how they gave a chance for the stock to work, but they're holding on to those winners longer. That is perfect. This is
GLBS.
all you actually need. Look at his largest loss is $15 versus his largest gain of 330. You guys see those are like consistent stats. Like everything adds up. Look at the consecutive wins, 8 versus consecutive losses, 3, because Gabe knows and everyone on the dream team knows what happens when you take 3 consecutive losses.
You stop for the day.
There you go. And that's it. And you guys can see how it's actually being incorporated. And now, like, I don't have Gabe's figures right now, but I'm pretty sure all these metrics have kind of improved.
I still have things I got to overcome, though. I mean, there's many things. You know,
I mean,
Cypher and
everyone
my
does, it never changes. Once you fix one thing, like I always go with like this, like go for the biggest thing that you need to improve. Once you fix that, go for the next one, go for the next one. It's always going to be constant improvement. There's no such thing as like perfect trade journal. There's always going to be those one-off trades where you could have done better, where it was in your power to do better, not like what Cypher says, where, you have no control, because there are random trades where sometimes you get in and it's like, damn, you just got stopped out right then, right? And that's something you can't control. But because of the stats, you build confidence. You're like, okay, I know my system. It wasn't a bad entry. It was just bad timing on my part, right? And you get to like kind of justify it. But if you don't know your stats, there's no way you can justify it to yourself. You don't have the right to do so.
I mean, you could have a great strategy, right? But in the beginning, you're trading real and Trump tweets, and then the market tanks on you, and that's not your fault. I mean, it's your fault if you don't use a stop loss, but try to isolate out randomness, because there's a lot of randomness, and you can only do that with a sample size.
ENSP.
Absolutely, and you need a pretty good sample size. And so, yesterday, I fairly did. I think Cypher still killed me on it. He still did way better. But this is just on paper. It's but I downsized today, so I shrank my account way down today on paper. But this was yesterday, so it was good. Today is nowhere close to as good, but we had a huge range on the market yesterday, and nothing really much today is a bunch of chop. So I felt like I was doing good, but today is just garbage, and so I'm just gonna sit on my hands because I had 3 losses in a row. So I gotta build more discipline in my efforts, which is why it's important that I continue this trade till I fix those things. So that was my day right there for one day.
Yeah, and you have to be brutally honest with yourself. Like I like Nick's one. I'll just quickly post Nick's here. It's kind of because I do this too. There's this one trade. He's like, why couldn't I stay short?
CDTX.
P.S. Nick, I'm still mad at you for that trade.
Yeah, that would have been magnifique.
So, it's really important. This emotion, like can you sense Nick's emotion when he wrote this? You can, right? And that's why it's so powerful, because it'll bring you back to that moment. And Nick knows, like, as soon as I posted this, his heart kind of hurt, right? Because he'll remember this moment because of, not just because of the trades you'll forget, but you'll remember the experience that you had to go through when you're doing your analysis afterwards, and you're like, what did I do? Why didn't I do this? And that's the most like important thing you have to take away. You have to bake in those losses. You have to feel it, so that next time you don't do the same mistake. Like, I think there's two type of people. Like, Cypher's like one of the few odd people that doesn't have to learn from his mistakes. He's like, he can, like, when I tell him to do something, he's like on the ball. He is already like on it, planning it and executing it perfectly, right? Then there's some individuals that they have to take that loss, go through
BIOC.
that process. Maybe Cypher already went through the process. I don't know about the past side, but you know, um, he's able to just take all of our data and then be able to apply it and execute it like flawlessly.
ATV.
And you'll see that, like, you have to build that skill set. Cypher, I know like, I was like astonished, and then Johnny told me, oh, he ran a couple businesses and all that. I was like, okay, that makes sense. There you go. He's actually, like, this is his learning mindset. He's already built that mindset, and he now knows how to apply it strategically. Gabe, same thing with Gabe.
Yeah, I think my experience in entrepreneur, I don't know if there's a direct correlation, but my experience in entrepreneurship, I think, really taught me to focus and assess risk. And so, uh, I was a programmer, a computer engineer for years, and then I started doing businesses. And I I've probably done over 20 businesses,
HTVX.
but three of them became multi-million-dollar businesses. And what I found that I was really good at is when a business wasn't working, I just knew when to cut it and move on really fast. Like, just don't let it continue to drag on. And so it's not about that you're not going to fail. It's about failing quickly and moving on to the next thing. Or at least for me, that's
CTRM.
what it is fail quickly, let successes run. And for trading, it's for my style and trading, it's the same thing. Cut losers quickly. If it's not working for you pretty quickly, um, cut it. There's no reason to sit there and justify. Like, when you go into the trade, you have a reason for going in. You have a strategy. You have a support line. You have whatever it is that you have. You should have a clear idea what your risk is. You should have a clear idea of when you would cut it if it's not working, and you just got to stick with that. Like, for me, there's no point to start questioning that when you're in the trade, because your emotions start going crazy. And the psychology and the emotions of trading has always been the hardest part for me, always. So the way that I work around that is I just stick to my plan. If it's not working, I get out. If it's working, I try to find a way to stay in the trade while it's continuing to work. And one of the big things on that is that there's a lot of ways to do that, right? Like, you can look at a higher time frame. You can use higher time frame support resistance. Some people use Heikin-Ashi bars. If you're going to do trend trading, which is kind of what I've switched over to, you have to find a way to not get shaken out of trades.
Cypher, I apologize, man. I posted that wrong picture.
What picture?
That was your earlier on picture of the profits here. Gosh dang it. I'm sorry, man. Let me.
I don't see your post. Yeah, and guys, it's really important. You guys are gonna see a lot of this. Like, success is not easy. Like, shortening that learning curve, that kind of talent, Cypher gets it from his experience, right? And everyone else, like, you just got to learn from it. Like, for him, he has that experience, so he can apply it over here. So I always encourage, if any of you guys have some sort of experience in your day-to-day lives, bring that experience, use that skill set, and kind of try to, like, reverse engineer it, see where you're strong at, and use that to your advantage, right? Like you're gonna see the same thing with any other trader that hasn't been, like, I don't know, like opening a business, entrepreneurship. You're gonna
CDTX.
notice that they don't have that skill set yet. And in trading, you can actually develop it, but you just have to be real. You have to be able to look at the metrics and do the homework. Everyone loves trade, guys. I would love to just trade, not do any analysis, not do any fundamentals. But that's it. There's a direct correlation. I don't make money if I don't do this work. So just put in the work, guys. And like, I think every single member in the dream team has been doing good based on it. So we can, confidently tell you from our process that it works, and it works for different people from different backgrounds. And that's the most important takeaway. It's just you have to have this structure. Once you have that, you just continue to build off of it. We all trade different strategies. Cypher does not trade what I trade. Gabe doesn't. Johnny doesn't. Nick doesn't. But we all have that structure in place that we know exactly what to do going forward.
I like to think of it as like the scientific method. You know, my process is like I'll read a bunch of articles, I'll watch a bunch of videos, I'll find some idea will pop out that I'll be like, hey, that's pretty cool. Maybe that'll work for me. And then go to paper, test it out for a while, and if it starts working, then you start incorporating it small. You build up, and so I don't know about other people, but I'm always experimenting. Like that's never stopped for me. And you just find what works and what doesn't, and you throw out what doesn't, and you run with what does.
Yeah, and for the guys that are new in the chat room, you guys missed out a lot because, over the years, we mentioned this. A lot of the older guys, they already know our conversations and, scientific method. We went through this long time ago. And it's important that you guys actually, look back and just see the lessons that you did miss, because there's several good ones. And we cover all of this for free.
I think it's so critical because you know, even if you're at the point where you're like, I've arrived, I've done it, there's no more learning to do. Well, the market doesn't stay the same all the time. There's different types of markets that maybe you haven't been, you know, I haven't been trading long enough to have seen all the different kind of markets. You're going to have to adapt. It's like, it's just a way of life. And even if you've seen all the different market types and such, like things are going to change. What you used to do may not continue to work. Like the scientific method and just being willing to experiment and find what works today is, I think, really critical to have continued lifelong success at this thing that we're all trying to do.
Just so you guys know, market is moving towards HOD. FYI. Yeah, I agree with Cypher, man. Great speech, man.
And it's not going to be easy in the beginning,
HTBX.
guys. I know Nick, I had to put like rules where he has to let me know what his stop is before he gets into a trade. Now, do you think Nick has to do that? He doesn't have to do that. He used to have to come on voice chat and just tell me, okay, here's my stop, if I like it or not. And then, that builds his confidence in that trade. Now, Nick can just do his trades on his own because he's like built that skill. He's able to analyze it. He's able to see it. He's able to learn from like my analysis. And now you'll see it's just exponential growth from here. Once you have this like structure, you're good. You're good for the rest of your life. And that's what UT is all about too. It's just giving back, because if you actually take a look at it, if we help 10 people each, right? And then you just, exponentially see how many people it actually like indirectly helps. They help, it puts food on the table. It helps them with their family, like their work-life balance. Okay, in the beginning, there's no work-life balance. It's just work. But, afterwards, they'll see the rewards. Their kids are going to be happier. Their kids are going to be able to not have to work. Like my kids, they're going to still work because they have to learn the value of $1 the hard way. But like they're building a future where now they're set. Now all they have to do is pass it along to their generation, their generation. And you're gonna see that this is actually a huge, like we can probably reach like over 9 million people in this generation alone, and that's incredible.
GLBS.
Here's the easiest way to put it. What's 10 to the power of 10? Is it 10 billion? I thought it was like 10 million. Wow, that's crazy. That's even better. I was thinking it was around 9. That's amazing. And yeah, like, whenever I'm down even on the day, I really don't care because it's so good to be helping people and knowing that you're making such a big difference. I guess that's something money can't buy. Actually, I don't know. Maybe.
It can help influence more, yeah. But you still have to have the desire in your heart to make that happen.
Yeah, and I have to give a shout out to everyone here too. Like, it's big what we do. Like, it's easy to pump, guys. It's easy to trade low floats. Tell everyone to buy this, make money. You're in first. You're always gonna make money. It's gonna be like 99% of the time you're making money, right? You might take that huge big drawdown, but that's about it, right? Like, for our team, you'll notice we don't pump stocks. We don't fucking have to make you guys trade it. We don't have to do anything dishonest for us to make our money. Like, that alone makes me feel happy every single day. It's because, like, we do it for ourselves and we help out people and we don't take advantage of people. That's like the trifecta. That's all you need in life.
Great example. You should check out TUP.
IADA
We,
market, IADA
we
market.
pretty much pumped that up, and it like went back to exactly where it started. If you guys check the charts, when we started talking about it, it ripped up 10 cents.
Don't tell me you guys bought it. Don't do it yet.
I
Let
don't
me
know.
load
Right
up.
when we were talking about it, it spiked like 15
I bought
cents,
the market.
and then it went back.
And that's why, like, we're really careful on our low float plays. That's why, like, most of the guys on the executive team, they know, like, if you're mentioning a
GCP.
low float, two mentions, if there's something actually in play, like something strategic, not because you're in it and you want more volume to be in it. And you'll see that with all of our members. We had to kick out so many guys because they were just pumping. Some of them were close friends, but it was a hard decision, but you have to make it after all.
I pumped a little bit with space when I was at $7, but
CTRM.
all of them got deleted.
I pumped Tesla when I was at 300.
Buy it. I'm gonna scale out a little here on the market, guys.
HTBX.
A great thing that we have, I think, right here is the camaraderie of people that have like-minded ideas of helping each other out. Like there's a few people on here that I really admire just as genuine people, and there are friends to be made here too. And there's friends that I've made that I'm very happy I met, and there's people that I trade with that I'm very happy to trade with, and it's a great environment to help learn and feel like you're with a brother or a sister or something like that. So it's this place is a really good place, I think.
I'm just going to throw this out there because it helped me a lot, and I know it helped Gabe a lot. And Gabe and I have similar trading styles, but this was probably one of the simplest, most profound changes for us, I think. And that was, put daily support resistance levels on your intraday charts. Like you can put intraday levels on there, but the important ones, the really important ones to me, this is my style and Gabe's style, is put daily time frame support resistance lines on your charts so that when you're trading intraday, you can trade off of them. A lot of times you'll be like, this went way higher or way lower than I was ever expecting. Or I took a trade here, like I use the divergence example because I know it's popular in here and it used to be popular with me. But you try to do a divergence trade, you see a lower low on price and a higher high on RSI. So you try to take a divergence trade there and it just keeps failing and it keeps going down. And you're like, what the hell? Well, do that at a daily support level. Just incorporate that. Do these things, double bottoms, whatever your thing is that you're looking for, do them at daily support levels. They hold up way better.
Yeah, I love larger time frames. It just makes sense for me too. You want to buy the really good support. You want to short the really good resistance. Those are just easy risk to reward trades. It's free money. Well, once you have a system.
Absolutely. And it's crazy how many times they bounce off that or reject off that. So they're great scale out or scale in areas too, or just initial purchase. And you can go back and just write all your trend lines off of your daily or your weekly.
INFN.
And when you pull up the chart, every time you want to trade it, they're already there. And it's really helpful.
Yeah, and guys, like, we have a long life here. Like, we're going to be doing this pretty much forever. We found what we love to do. So, working as a team, it just makes it easier, makes it better, makes it stronger because this is boring. If you had to do this without like any support, without, friends, it is really boring. What you're gonna end up doing is what I used to do, which is trade, make money, spend the money with friends. That's pretty much it. So you're just always gonna be at that one level. Here, it's like you're gonna see traders doing better, so you're gonna try and compete with them. Like I tried and compete with Soyo when he made that like big Tesla trade. I'm like, damn it, I need to use more size.
And that brings up a great point. You'll find people that trade similar styles to the way you trade. If once you become a little bit profound with your own style, and there's a lot of similarities with different kind of styles that are in play. And if you find someone that has a very similar style, you guys can kind of team up and help each other out and say, okay, I see this because you can't see everything, but having a second pair of eyes on stuff really helps out. When one says, hey, watch out for this trend, and you forgot a trend at a certain point, it's like having two set of eyes watch everything, and it's like got your partner in crime, like, all right, we're going to tag team this ticker and friggin' nail it. So it's very helpful.
You kind of took the words out of my mouth. I was gonna say trading buddy. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Like, Gabe and I are trading buddies. We communicate every day, all the time. We are even when we're in UT, often we're on a private voice call or text or whatever. And if you can find somebody in UT, and you should be able to because we have, I don't know how many thousands of members, like 8,000 now or something crazy. You should be able to find somebody that has a similar trading style that you can like buddy up with. And for Gabe and I, we have similar trading styles, and not only do you have an accountability partner as well as somebody that can help you find trades. So when Gabe or I screw up, we have the other person to like say, well, you broke your rule, you should have stuck with that. It's an accountability partner. We have to be honest with each other, and we help find each other's trade setups. And I think it's just a great idea.
Absolutely. And so one of the things that's truly helped me is the accountability, right? When I screw up, it's not just me being hard on myself. I also have my trading buddy saying, dude, you freaking royally screwed up. And he won't let up. Like he'll just say, you know what, this is what you got to do. This is a normal habit. You gotta break that habit. You're freaking screwing up. Get it right. And And that's even though it's miserable because you know you did it, you know what you got to fix, but you're still making those bad habits. That person that's totally grinding you, saying, "Friggin' get it right, sucker," is going to help me. Some people, may want to go in a closet and suck on their blanket, but maybe they're not cut out for this. But me, I kind of need that freaking hardship, and Cypher has really beaten me down quite a few times, and I've hopefully done
GLBS.
the same to him a few times, and but it's been beneficial, and
You make it sound like we're just beating each other up all the time. We lift each other up too a little bit, I think.
oh, absolutely. I
You
mean,
need to beat down, you get down.
killer days. It is just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, we're high fiving through the screen, right? So it's freaking awesome. No, we don't live together.
Yet. And honestly, it's important, guys. Like you have to have, I'll be honest. Like you guys, most of you guys know it already, but I went from making 1,000 a week to thousands on a trade because of the group, because of like my peers here. It is just phenomenal how much growth that I have had personally just by just participating, by helping others out, by listening to ideas, looking at what they're posting, what they're seeing. You're going to improve a lot more and a lot more rapidly, right? And that's important. Like I have to say, like most of my success, like quantifiably, like on my portfolio, is based on this group too. It's because of the improvements that we have, and finding like-minded individuals. Guys, you have to remember this one rule, okay? In life, throughout all of history, less than 1% of the world made 100% of the difference. Like when you take a look at any industry, you're gonna notice one thing: one guy out of 100 did his part. Everyone else just sat on his ass and did absolutely nothing. So, you know, um, we are like that 1% that actually continuously strive to do better. And that's what this group is all about, to isolate it, to find the guys that are just on their game 100% of the time and work together, because collectively, with our skill sets, with our dedication, motivation, and just helping each other out, we're all just going to be making a shit ton of money. I can see, I already know what the growth is on Cypher, Gabe, and anyone on the Dream Team, because personally I saw their figures.
BCRX.
But just imagine, like in 5-10 years from now, what their figures are going to be, or even like 20 years
IBIO.
from now. It's ridiculous. And when I used to make calls, I liked my old strategy, which was 30 cents stops, 60 cents profit targets, look for 90 cents. That's usually like what I did on every single play I posted 2 years ago. That was my criteria before I could post it on the floor. The reason for that is because I didn't want you guys to get stuck in a trade. So like before I knew it, there's some trades that I wasn't even able to take because I had to just post it down. Before I knew it, I built that skill set where I can just find these trades a lot faster, a lot more efficiently. And more importantly, I was able to actually incorporate that into my own strategy and get that dollar per share higher. So yeah, nice little direct correlation too. And that's why I like Johnny. Like I let Johnny do the watch list now when I used to do it all the time, because he's got better because of doing that watch list. He's holding on longer. Those kind of stuff, it's important, and it shows. It really does show in the end of
Yeah, I think early on you got to really focus on percentages, not dollars, because you can always scale up. There's nothing that changes when you scale up, except for psychology, the emotions. But other than emotions, when you scale up, there's absolutely nothing that changes. When you're grinding it out for $25 wins in the very beginning, don't scoff at that, because look at the percentage. Is your percentage good on it? Did you get a good return on your investment? That's all that matters. You can scale up anytime your strategy proves to you that you're ready to do that.
So one of the things that if you guys are really hardcore into trading and stuff, or it doesn't even have to be trading, it could be something else, is if you're like Cypher and myself, we sometimes forget where we came from because we're always looking ahead, and we're always frustrated if we fail at something because we're so hard on ourselves. And if there's a failure, we lose sight on the successes. We just focus on that failure, pisses us off. But the growth that we've had, just within a few years, has been astronomical. At the level that we trade at now, You know, many people trade 10 years before we're at this level, but Cypher and I, we're kind of greedy. We never think it's enough. Like it's never enough. We want to be better at all the time. Like that's kind of how we're built. Like it's never enough. We always want to be better. We will always want to find something we can improve on. And I think that's just a life journey that we're always out for improvement. So kind of rambling now, but yeah.
Yeah, and you know, like we're all for helping too. It's just like we have to find the people that are actually dedicated, and that's hard. You can't know if someone's
VOXL.
dedicated by a conversation or like by a month. Like, you know, dedication is something that it's kind of like like they embody it, right? So you know, people that are dedicated, we don't mind helping. It just, you know, our time is precious too. We got to improve on ourselves along with helping others too. So, you know, if you guys are getting to that level, I'll notice. I'll add you guys to the dream team. And then, you know, you guys can learn the process, and then we just continue to grow all together.
I'll be giving a lot of attention to that other room for the FRM. So I'll be doing a lot of
KMPH.
stuff in there for anyone that's joining. So I'll be kind of off in the background some days if I'm not going to be trading.
Oh yeah, Gabe, you want to do chapter 1 today? If you got time.
Yeah. Is that you, Nick? Who is that?
Yeah, that's Nick.
Yeah, Nick, send me a PM, man.
Okay.
So there's a question that I didn't answer. The formula for stop losses. So in a perfect world, we only find trades that fit within our stop loss parameters, whatever you set. It can be percentage wise on your account base, or it could be based on like dollar per share. For me personally, dollar per share is easier just because I have so many different trades. Instead of me calculating percentages on different, like, you know, price levels and different sizes, it's easier for me just to go with dollar per share.
HBTA.
Now, that's not how stop losses should be applied. That's just our risk tolerance. That doesn't mean the trade's going to work within our risk tolerance. So, A, you have to find something that works within your risk tolerance. B, you have to be realistic. Like, there's going to be a
GLBS.
point where the trade doesn't work. That's where your stop loss should be, not based on your 30 cents. If the stop loss, if it says that the trade isn't going to work, okay, so you know what? I'll use SPY because I actually traded this one today and I took a loss on TVIX. Let me quickly pull back.
TRNX.
I don't know if you guys remember, but in the morning I was like, okay, if SPY holds this level, and I believe the level I was looking at, I think it was like 304.50s. If it holds that level above it, yes, that is the level. 10:11 in the morning. You'll notice if you take a look at the chart, SPY 1 minute at 10:11. This is when I switched to, okay, it's looking bullish. It's that hold at 304.50. If it went below that, I knew all I had to do was just hold on to TVX. If it stayed above that, which it did, you take the loss. So that's based on the chart. That's when I took that stop loss on it, right? Now, on TVIX side, that was like a 60-cent loss for me, I think, right? I would have stopped out at 30 cents, but I had to let the trade work. And for that, you know, you have to be able to judge the trade and be like, okay, when does it not work? For me, that point was 304.50. If it cracks underneath there, I'm staying long. If it goes above it and it stays above it, I'm just going to stop out. So cash trading sizes it's simple. It starts small. Like look at Gabe's history. You can see it in that post that I posted, like his trading journal. In 2 weeks, you can see how good he did. Is he okay to size up?
Fine.
Yeah. He has all the winning metrics. So then from I don't know, I think Gabe, you were trading like 20, 25 shares at that time, like each trade. Now imagine this. Okay, so now he's trading 25 shares. I'm just assuming here. I don't remember. It was a long time ago, but let's say he was trading 25 shares and now he went to 50. Then after a series of trades, so in this case, we had a basket of 52 trades in 2 weeks. So then let's say that he did it again for 52 trades in 2 weeks. And then we're going to look at the data. What is the data telling us when he increased his size? Is he still comfortable with that size? Are the metrics within line? If it isn't, then go back to the drawing board, go back to that 25 shares, and maybe try 35 shares instead. And then you just keep trying to do it until you're like mentally go above a point where, for me, I still get nervous over $1 million. I like it's something that is hard. Before it's like I lose sleep over it. On my TVIX short, I think it was a huge profit, but it was also like a huge position size, and I think it went against me. I think I had like 60,000 shares. It went against me. I believe I was down like 1 mil. Those kind of stuff. That's like back then would have hurt. Now it's like a norm, right? So you kind of like build it. It's not something you're gonna just have right away. It's something you're gonna slowly build into. But you have to be brutally honest with yourself. You can't just be like, oh, okay, I did so good trading 100 shares. I'm going to go to 200. That's 100% increase in position sizing. It's your like mentality that strong that when you increase your position size 100%, that you're not going to have any emotional distress when you're stuck in a trade. Hardly. Every single trader I know is going to have like some sort of emotional effect, and that happens on every single level that you trade. So I think first step is start with 25, go to 100. From 100, try to do 150 to 200. From 200, go to 400. Once you have that 400, I think 400 is the perfect position sizing. To be honest, you can make a decent living. Like I'd say $1,000 to $1,000 plus on a weekly basis with 400 shares, and you don't have to like try hard, to be honest. And then after that, it's just scaling it up, right? And that point, it's all about mental. How much can you mentally take? And that's when you like Cypher, Gabe will talk about anyone that trades large sizes. Soya, every one of us will talk about it too. That's when it's all about mental game because we already have everything else down packed. It's just how much can we fit like mentally take?
And even at the levels that, even if you've been trading for years, you'll come across a point where you get too
Complacent?
big a cojones, and you go in more against your regular strategy. You go against what you normally would, and that's where you get hurt. You lose your system. You just start basically gambling. Say, I got enough money, I could do this, and I've got my cut off multiple times because of that,
GLBS.
and it's very humbling, if you will, because then you got to recoup big time.
Yeah, and don't let your account do the work for you. You have to do the work. Okay, so I see a lot of traders doing that one mistake where they think they can push their money harder than they can push themselves. No, it's the opposite. You got to push yourself first. Okay, this isn't free money. This is like, I know we call it free money because now it's like easier for us, but it's not. It's like you have to work for it. A lot of people just think, okay, I'm going to just fix this issue by putting more size into the problem. It's not going to help. It's the worst effect. And then digging yourself out of a hole, man, that mental breakdown is tough. And I'll tell you, in 2018, I took that mental breakdown. It took me 2 months before I could actually have confidence in trading, and let alone like being happy with myself. I was still up. If you look at like a 3-year chart, like I was still up, but it was just that huge drawdown that just ruined me like mentally. And then you had to recover from that. And then for me, you'll know, like the rest of 2018, I was trading
BIOC.
smaller sizes, went back to the basics, and that's okay. You can take steps back as long as it's helping you to move forward later on, right? And you'll see like gradually I increased position size after that. Yeah, it's hard. This is one of the only fields where you can actually like get emotionally destroyed, right? And for a long period of time. I mean, I think it's one of the hardest things. I think actually the only thing harder I can think of, surgeons. Like if they're actually in charge of like saving your life, that would be hard. That's a lot of stress. Um, what else? Military. That's hard. That's
VRA.
tough. Rocket science. I mean, usually you like there isn't like a rocket scientist that just works on his own. So usually there's some fact checking and making sure everything's right. You gotta like a little bit of a teamwork going on there. But yeah, I mean, they still put their life like astronauts, like they put their life like it still mind boggles me. These are the smartest people in the world. They have like multiple PhDs, and these are the same guys that are just gonna explore space and take on so much risk. That's scary. To me, that's something I wouldn't like. If I had the skill sets they do, the last thing I'm gonna do is go to like uncharted territories.
I would love to do something like that, man.
Nope, I did not work so hard to die in space.
Well, that's why you're smart enough that you won't die, right? I mean, you basically build something to them, help you survive, so you can go to the unexplored.
I think yeah, they have it worse. Like they don't get to see their family. Can you imagine stuck in a pod for like I don't know 9 months out of the year? I think they're in space at least 9 months, right?
It depends on the destination.
And then your bone density decreases, so that means your life expectancy goes down too. And it's like, wow, you worked this hard.
You know, you should probably go just 'cause, TJ. I
No,
heard
thank
that you
you.
actually grow an inch if you actually go into space.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'll keep that in mind. It's okay, buddy. When you see the Excel sheets that I'm
I
gonna be
know, I know.
sending
I'm
you,
just asking for it.
let's see that when I get that last laugh, oh, it's gonna be priceless. I'll record it for you.
It's gonna be all the way down the hall, I'm sure.
But hey, Gabe, you know what's taller than you? The
These
number of cells in this Excel sheet.
One of the cool things that we have in this environment here, because we have so many members, there's many people that actually might be your neighbors and you guys don't even know it. I mean, I don't know anyone in Eastern Washington that's on here, but I actually traveled and saw a few members from this group, a couple from, let's see, one or two from New York, and then a few others. I just kind of traveled around visiting people because when you spend a lot of time trading with people, you become close to people, trading side by side every single day. They're your work buddies. They're, just like at other companies, you spend more time with your work buddies than you do your own family. So in a sense, they kind of become your family. And there's a lot of good things that I've found by just going out and meeting people, and you guys may be able to do the same thing.
What do you think about a TVIX long?
For a scout maybe, but not for a swim.
If I hit my 308,
We should be pulling back here on the spy.
told you.
I think we'll stay above. Sorry, I'm looking at ES. Hang on, let me look.
I got like a 308 target. I could see that. Just want to get, some size in.
Yeah, I got 3074, so that's about 308. Yeah, basically smacking into high day. High. Oh dang! I have a support level at 308. I just switched over to SPY. 308 sounds.
Yeah, me too. That's why I noticed it. I somehow drew a line one day.
Yeah, let me see what that's from. It's pulled off the weekly. Okay, yeah, that's good.
So Epic ATR is a really good use for stops, right? Now, I think ATR, I use it as the worst case scenario. Like, okay, how much has the stock gone against like, I guess not against ATR, but how much of the ATR did it actually move? How much more potential does it have? But ATR is also lagging. You have to remember the last 5 days we had extreme volatility. Those ATR figures that you're looking at on the 14-day, 14 period ATR, that's not going to reflect the most recent ATR movements within the last 5 business days, right? So because of that, you have to be cautious. You have to know when to apply ATR stops.
I usually give it a 2 times vector. So if it's doubled, I really like it to reverse. If it's already put in a double a double move, double for the regular ATR. So if its average ATR is, let's say, $6 and it's gone 12, I like to hit reversals around there and then put a stop not too far from that. On a good entry, of course, off a support area or something.
I want to see another double top on SPY, and then I'll go on the TVIX long because we have RSI resistance, price moving. Oh, here's a nice little hidden divergence on SPY RSI. The other thing is, RSI came down drastically on that one push down. So hoping that we'll get another retracement, get the RSI back up 75-ish, and then try and take a short.
DMTK.
Oh, short SPY, which means long TVIX.
Well, at least get the 308.50. That's a minimum I think we'll get. Ah, crap, new candle. Gosh dang it. Scratch that. New candle. We'll see what we get.
VDQ.
Don't you tank yet. Don't do it.
I'm already in on the short, so I'm okay.
TRNX.
And then I have another support area at 309.65. Resistance at this level, though.
APVO.
Yesterday's range was amazing.
Oh yeah, because we had the Fed meeting yesterday.
It was so wonderful. I had so much fun yesterday.
Bro, that Fed meeting, like just that rate saved my Amazon trade. And that's all. I was so happy as soon as that happened. I'm more happier about that trade, like being able to make money on it than anything.
Nice.
Yeah, sometimes we get lucky, but luck comes to those who try. I learned that. I always thought I wasn't a lucky person. I never won a lottery. horrible at like gambling and stuff. So I was like, okay, maybe I'm just not lucky. Then I realized maybe I just didn't try hard enough to be lucky.
What the crap?
I gotta say, Alan, me too. Like I was lost before I found trading. Geez, trading saved my life. I'll be honest. Like, I was selling cars. I had a used car dealership. It wasn't fun anymore. I was, fixing cars on the side too for friends because expensive cars, shops charge a ridiculous amount of price. I remember one guy I charged 5,000 because the dealership wanted to charge him 14. And for me at that point, I was like, oh, $5,000 for a weekend job. I was like, all right, done. And it was like an easy job. I didn't even have to like put the car on a hoist or anything. And I used to fix these cars like easy, but never enjoyed it. But it's just when I found trading where you find that sweet spot where you actually enjoy what you do and you make money out of it. That's beautiful. That's the answer to life.
Yep.
I sent you an invite to the FRM room, TJ. I don't know if you have an auto bot message when someone sends you that link or something, but
Yeah, I got in. The other thing I learned too, it's like I never understood this when someone said it. I don't know who said it, but it was a long time ago. They're like, "You'll never be successful if you don't learn to work for free." And I was like, "What the fuck? That's like counterproductive. That doesn't make sense to me." And then I realized it's like you have to be able to, put in the hours in the beginning where it doesn't pay. It doesn't. It's only afterwards that it starts paying, and it royally pays. It's exponential how fast that you're actually going to be improving and how fast your account grows. But that little learning curve in the beginning, everyone gets, um, gets like, well, quits in that first learning curve because in the beginning, it isn't a lot of money. I mean, if you were to sit around trading 25 shares for 2 weeks and then keep doing that for like 6 weeks, you're gonna be like, okay, I'm not getting anywhere. I could have just worked at McDonald's and made more money. And then the worst kind of like learning curve mistakes I think is like if you blow up your account in the beginning. That is horrible because remember, if you can turn $1 into $2,000 in your lifetime. I calculated this when I started trading. When I started investing, and I knew that I can turn $1 into 2,000. So if I lose $1 today, it's not me losing $1. It's me losing $2,000 of buying power later on, right? So now multiplied by all the losses that you probably would have taken, that's a lot of money that you're
DCUE.
just wasting it down the drain by just not being able to stop out, or position sizing correctly, or the combination of both. So fix those mistakes, and then everything else comes over time, as long as you do your work. Yeah, like before, I think 3 years ago, we had to mention stop outs before because people weren't stopping out. But I think now our group, like, I haven't got PMs being like, hey, I'm stuck in this trade. I've seen bad shit happen, like you just got like an unlucky hand, you placed a decent bet. It probably would have gone the right way, except the market
OPK.
did something stupid. Those kind of stuff happens. And it still happens to me too. Everyone, like yesterday, I was down on Netflix. I was so happy just waking up to be up on it today. Last night, I'm like, why the hell did I buy it? There's so many other stocks that went down more than
TRNX.
15%, and I chose to fucking buy Netflix. Like that's how I like looked at it today in the morning. As soon as I woke up and I looked at Netflix, I was happy. I was like, yes, this is amazing. It wasn't even a lot of money.
VDQ.
But yeah, you'll probably notice once you track your trades and stuff like that. Yeah, so Epic, that's a good point. That's why I always tell people don't focus on win rates. The moment people focus on win rates, what happens is they're afraid to take that loss because the win rate is their biggest concern. And you'll notice, like from all of us trading, it's not about win rate. That's the last thing that we have to worry about. In our trading journal, I don't look at my win rate and be like, oh, I'm good today because of my win rate. It's absolutely useless info. What's more important is like dollar per share. How much are you getting? How much are you milking out of it? Are you giving the trade a chance to work? What's your average hold time versus on a winning trade versus a losing trade? Those kind of metrics, that's what tells you you're going to be successful, not the win rate. And I hate people that always like mention, oh, I have a 90% win rate. Okay, good. That 10% of time is the reason why you still like, you're still at where you're at right now.
There is actually really profitable traders that are between 20 and 30% win rate. So, yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, one of the best swing traders that I know is besides TJ. He's quite proud of that. He has a 35% win rate, but even though he loses most of the time, he stays in the trend for a very long time when they work, and that's what brings him all his.
Yeah, his risk to reward is better, so it makes sense. For me, I can't emotionally do the low win rate. Like I have to have it over 60 for me, because emotionally I can't get into my next trade. Ooh, there we go, TVIX. Good job. Yeah, so I can't get into my next trade if I know that I'm constantly losing. It's a hard mindset. Like I have so much respect for those option traders that are actually at that 20 to 30% win rates, but they're able to consistently make profit year over year. I don't think month over month is realistic with their win rates, but at least year over year they're consistent. Those guys, I don't know how they do it. I wouldn't be able to go through that.
All right. My entry was great. Coming down.
I think mine's was too.
Noise. All right. New candle. That might be a good scale out.
I like that. And Epic, you're right. You have to constantly improve. Like you have to have that mindset. There's always something you can do better. Always. And everyone on the dream team knows that. No matter how good the trade was. And you can see it in Cyphers too. He did really good on that trade that I posted. But you'll notice instead of him congratulating himself in that post, most of his comments is on the improved side. Like good trade, incredible trade. He held for a $14 move. That's it. That's the good. The bad, he has a whole paragraph written. And that's what you learn from. That's really important, vital in what we do, because no one else is going to do it. And I think doing it daily is important in the beginning. So me now, I kind of I do it like on a weekly basis, usually on Sundays. But on a daily basis, it's important for you guys just because you have to build a skill set to be able to analyze your own trades and see.
CTG.
B. you're actually going to learn more about it, and you're going to know the emotion that went behind that trade, like much easier than if you were trying to just like be like, oh, what did I trade on Monday? How did I do? You get more out of your analysis if you do it the same day. Drawdowns, yeah, Trader View it'll show you your drawdowns too.
One of the things, if you find that trading buddy or trading friend or someone that you normally trade with your own same style, it's super helpful to have a recap of the day. And instead of writing it into a diary, which you should anyway, but basically go over the trade with that person to have a second pair of eyes, because he or she may see something that you didn't see on how to improve it. And so it's basically just again a double set of eyes looking at the same product.
Yeah, and find a buddy that's in your same, like, where you are at your um like learning curve. It's really important to do that. For me, it's like my buddy's probably going to be like Soya. It's because it's like more aligned with my trading style and stuff like that, right? So find people that are learning the same thing as you. You're going to grow together, and that's important. Like stuff that I do, you can do. I have so much like diversification in my portfolio that it doesn't make sense for a normal trader that has like an account of
VDQ.
like $10,000 to do the same kind of trades, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it.
IBIO. VTIQ.
That was a good lesson. Thank you so much for helping out, Cypher, Nick, and Gabe.
Yeah, man, we're family. That's what we do.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, man, and hopefully, the rest of us executives can give a little bit back from what we've received from UT. And I know that I'm not the only one that thinks that we've received so much from UT as far as education and training. It's not a big deal to give a little back.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a little break. I'll be back. I scaled out enough on TVIX, so should be good.
Yeah, same. I scale out a good amount.
I don't know if this will help anybody or not, but if you have a high win rate, like if you track your stuff and you have a high win rate, but you find over time you're going down,
VTIQ.
that's an issue that I had in the beginning, and it's all about risk management. I think newer traders focus entirely on the entry, on the strategy that gives you the entry, but that's only one part of the equation. And actually, in the end, it's probably not even the most important thing. The most important thing is probably risk, managing risk, and the trade management.
Yeah, you have to be able to stop out.
You also have to be able to stay in the trade long enough for it to work for you. I mean, there's so many times, me specifically, where I even today, I got out of my long on the SPY, and I didn't even let it hit the top yet. I scaled out completely too soon. And it's always good, unless it's going to be a full reversal, unless you want to say, I'm going to reverse here, it's always good to stay in the trade, even if it's just one piece, to just get that feel for it. And I still get the good run of it, but I do miss out on multiple chances to just be in the trade while it's still going in the direction that I was already in. So it's adaptable. Just like Cypher said, it's more parts than just the entry. It's all of it, and there's so many ways that a person can improve, including seasoned veterans. I mean, people that have been doing it for 25 years still look for improvement.
GLBS.
If you nail the entry and you got a great strategy, but every once in a while you let a loser just get completely away from you and it erases weeks of gains, you got to go back and fix that issue. That's an issue that a lot of newer traders have. I'd say a majority. That's an issue that Gabe and I have had in the past, and that will eat your lunch. Like you got to get control of how you manage your loser. If you are pyramiding in the wrong direction, in other words, you're adding to a loser and it's not part of your strategy. Like TJ does this really well, but it doesn't work for me. He can add to a loser because it's part of his strategy. He's a reversion trader a lot of the time, not all the time. Like part of some of his trade style is doing reversion trades, and you're not going to necessarily nail the bottom. You scale into it, you add into it until it starts working. Well, if you don't have a specific cutoff point in your mind, or you don't have a specific point where you're like, this trade's not working, I got to let go. If you're just simply adding into it to try to correct a bad trade, that is one of the worst. That is one of the worst things you can do. For me, adding into a trade below my final cutoff point has gotten me so many times in the beginning, and I didn't start having real success until I fixed that issue.
Yeah, that's a great valid point. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think in the beginning too, it's hard to know where's the bottom, where is it going to actually turn, right? So, for me, I double down on the size, but when I see an aggressive move down, I know a reversion is coming. Maybe my entry is too high, so I kind of use that to my advantage and like, okay, there has to be a reversion here, based on X, Y, and Z. But for new traders, it's hard. Like, how do you know it's gonna bounce? Like, you can't just like know. You have to get that like experience, and even doubling down. Like I said, don't do it if you can't double down 5 times. Don't do it. That's like the rule. Don't do it.
Well, you have a level of experience that maybe nobody else in here has, and so you're looking at it with a lot more information than a newer trader would. A newer trader doubling down 5 times on a trade that's going against them is like suicide.
That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bankruptcy.
If you're going to do that, you should have, in my opinion, if you're going to do that strategy, you need to have a really good experience with it and have traded it successfully and know what you're doing. Otherwise, don't freaking do it.
Yeah, and one of the reasons TJ does do that is because he's already done the fundamentals on it, so he knows what the value should be, and so everything underneath that value, he's like, man, this is a bargain, and the cheaper it is, it's even more of a bargain for him. But the most technical traders don't even know that price, so we're just trading the
Absolutely.
chart.
He has an edge like that. Well, I don't have that because I don't yet do fundamentals like at that level. But TJ has conviction when he goes into these trades that he knows the value is here and it's going to go there eventually. He may have to wait it out if it goes against him, but he knows where the end point is, just not necessarily how long it's going to take to get there. And so that level of conviction, I think, allows him to do that kind of trading. But for me, it doesn't work. I tried that for a while and it's not my style. You got to find your style, right?
Yeah, and I think like Cypher, like the more you learn on the fundamental side, I think you're going to be able to do it as well. It's just like having fundamentals it's like a cheat code because you know where it's gonna go. You just don't know when it's gonna happen, right? Like you'll notice on all of my swing trade alerts, I'll tell you like which price I like, what I think is an attracted buy. I can never tell you where the stock's gonna go because that's like the least of my problems. For me, it's just risk management. Just like control your risk. If you're able to control your risk, you're good. And for that, there's some trades that go against me. You'll notice on almost all of my swing trades, I trade heavy the same day that I'm looking into that position. Like Pan W, I traded it heavy just because I want to make sure whenever I'm holding Pan W, that any drawdown is going to be covered by those day trades. So I kind of justified in that sense too. So, you'll notice my swing trades, it always starts as a day trade. And I think that's what's kept me like consistently profitable. Even though I like the stock, started as a day trade, go in with a little bit of size, scale out faster, make that profit and keep doing it. Once you're comfortable with the profits you made, use that as like, okay, this is my buffer zone. Like you'll see me on Roku. Like I have no fear buying Roku at these prices. No fear at all. Does that mean I'm gonna go balls deep into it? No. Like I knew Tesla was gonna be amazing. Like again, there's limitations to it too. Like I knew Tesla was undervalued when it was trading at like $300. So if I knew that, why didn't I just go all in? It's because my mentally I can't take such a big size. I think Tesla was like a $3 million position. Over that would be insane for me on a mental basis. I wouldn't be able to do the best trade on it if I went in with more size. So there's a lot of stuff that you have to consider when you do this kind of stuff, like trading on like a swing trading. I think day trading is the best for risk to reward. Your risk is capped. You just listen to it and you just obey it. If you can't obey those stops, like you don't deserve to make the dollars. You really have to be able to stop yourself out. And like no matter how much you work at it, if you can't stop yourself on the bad situations, it's just a matter of time before one really bad situation gets you. And then you're back to square one. You're just like, why are you doing it? You're just handicapping yourself.
Does Soya do fundamentals too, or I know he goes in really heavy at times. Is he basing that on fundamentals or something?
Mostly on us too. Like I think he relies on like his skills. Like he has his own like stocks that he monitors, and I think rest of it is just taking those big trades that he knows he has like a higher probability of hitting. Yeah, you have to remember, like when Sawyer joined us, I think he had like 2 million, and now he has like 60 million. So, there's a lot of growth in this room, guys. It's
VDCO.
crazy. If you actually collectively looked at how much money we've made as a group, it's probably astronomical.
I thought he had way less than 2 mil. I thought he was in the thousands, and what brought him up to
I think it was like 70,000 actually. You're right. One of those trades, HMNY or something.
no, it was like T-Fill or one of the crazy ones that just ran like crazy because he was at 2,000, and then he was all in on the 2,000, and then that brought him to 70. But he was, yeah, I think he was way lower than that, and he just had some pretty. He just held forever, man, in some of those runners, and that made it scream.
Oh,
LFIN.
LFIN.
That's right. So he
Yeah,
made.
because he held.
Yeah, he only put in like a couple grand, maybe 2 to 5 grand on Elfin and just held it. And then he made like 70 grand off of that, and then he exploded from there.
Yeah, because I remember because every single halt, as soon as it unhalts, I took 1,000 shares off on that stock. I got lucky on that because before that last halt, the bad one, I only had 1,000, so I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna get rid of it.
Yeah, he held all the way through, man.
That's
Freaking cojones
crazy.
on that guy.
Like, what was it?
But
We
you
were
got to
trading it
remember,
from $8.
you got to remember, he actually blew up 2 accounts before that, but he's grown
CTRN.
tremendously since then.
Quantum, like again, it's survivalship biasness. So as the 1% of guys that actually made out alive, Joe, like you mentioned, he got stuck. I know Tan got stuck into like a T12 halt for like 6 months. It was so bad. I forgot which ticker it was. Can you imagine your money being stuck? Imagine if you were short. That would just kill you. You would have just gave up hope.
Start eating razor blades. Just end it now.
Yeah, so Alan, remember, like people overestimate what they can do in a year, underestimate what they can do in their lifetime. Don't be that person. Like, have confidence that you will get this system right. It's just going to take you time and be realistic. If you think it's going to take you 2 years, it's going to take you 4. Plan for 4. You can never lose if you just plan more than what you expect.
And it depends on how much time and energy you give to it. You grow with what you put your energy towards. And a lot of times people put the energy in the wrong thing, whether it's violence, whether it's video games or a lot of stuff. And they will get good at those things, but it doesn't benefit them in the long run.
Yeah, and that's how I got Johnny into trading. He showed me what is it? I forgot that card game. It's like a World of Warcraft card game. Got him into trading because I just like positioned it. I was like, this is a game. This is literally just look at it as a game. And for him, I think his strongest asset is that he can stop out. And that's something. I'm glad that I taught him how to day trade first, then swing trade, like before swing trading, because of that one reason. Because he's like consistent. And Gabe, I think, Cypher, all of them will agree with day trading. You learn not to be complacent on your trade and like not to be like, okay, I know everything, and you know when to like stop out. And having that skill, you can apply it onto your swing trades, long terms, everything.
Yeah, and I found with day trading, it makes the learning curve a lot faster because you can see the outcome of trades, really quickly compared to swing trading. I think
BIOC.
the progress in swing trading is going to take a lot longer just because it might take you days or whatever to find out the result and be able to do post analysis.
Oh yeah, like my growth was mostly because of the day trading side. Oh, and
Initially,
guys,
right?
yeah, and guys, you have to remember, like I know,
DCUE.
like we mentioned this, but when me, Gabe, I think Cypher wasn't there at the time, but back in 2017, when we were going long on low floats and every single one ran up 100%, yeah, it was easy to make some money. Like it was so easy. It's not the same environment, and we have, Soya. Like you have to give it to Soya, okay? Like you guys, it's not about the money; it's about the effort. Take a look at his channel. Just look at like I think he posted how many, like 3,000 different pictures. Every single stock we traded, Soya has it in this database of over, I think it's like 2,000 different like stocks, and he's organized it on days. So just take a look at how he kind of analyzed those trades, used the trades that we were taking, and then just overanalyzed it, compiled his data set. So now he built that confidence. He knows exactly what to play, how to play it. And that's because of everything that he did. If you guys go back to these charts and you look at it and you try to replicate what he's doing, you won't get the same result because he was doing it live while it was happening, plus marking everything down. So when you see that kind of like progress, obviously his growth is going to be exponential than if you were to just like look at the pictures and try and learn from it. Yeah, he's 2,700 pictures from January 1st to September 14th, 2018. He literally just like saw everything we were trading then.
And that's nuts.
TRNX.
Oh, you can't see the channel. Let me fix that.
VDQ.
There you go. Now you guys should be able to see it. Yeah, it's just rolled. So if you're like a new person in our group, there's certain channels that you're restricted to. Got to earn the right to have our data. But once you move up the ranks, you'll notice that there's going to be a lot more channels available to you.
CNPB.
Wait till I show you the stats that he broke down. So he used this data and he pretty much, oh guys, I found it. Let me quickly, I'm going to pin it to the trading floor if I can, if I'm allowed. Yeah, perfect. Okay, no, can't pin it. Let me just send it. So take a look at this. This is why this is why we're not trading penny stocks, because we're not using the same kind of odds that we were back then. Plus, you know, it's easy to like pump and dump now. Way too many members. Take a look at that. So the month of December 2017, 51 stocks went up over 100%. 76 stocks went over 50 to 99%. 100 stocks hit 20 to 50%. That's just 1 month. So guys, you tell me, which side of the trade are we taking in that month? It's obviously going to be the long side. That's the highly most like profitable thing to do. Now you show me any time period. Okay, now with the coronavirus, we're kind of getting the same kind of results. But let's say from last December 2019, someone show me what the stats are, and you won't find the same stats. That's why we kind of had to evolve and change our trading styles too. Here's the actual PDF file, so you can take a look at it.
Friggin' good old DPW.
Yep. And ask yourself, like, this is why he deserves the profits that he deserves, because look at the work he put in to get those profits. Now he's like fucking making dividends on it, right? You know, like it's paying like royalty. Crazy now. But yeah, look at the work when he first started.
GLBS.
Oh crap, PTI, that's a recurring one.
Oh, we're gonna see a lot of those old names.
Oh, good old Mara.
Oh,
Dude, I remember
Mara.
all these. Yeah.
PKS.
Oh, our favorite, HMNY.
CTRM.
Oh, that CUR. DC. Oh my God! Remember the DCIX run from $6 to like 36?
Oh, yeah. And then the
Man.
IMUC. Then the IMUC. Oh, yeah. IMUC, I remember that one.
Oh, he has GPTC in there. Thank you. MYO pets. Wow.
There's the Elfin. 550% Elfin. That's
There we go.
really really good.
That's the date that Soya became a Met.
Man, all these old tickers, man, sure take me back.
Yeah. Oh man, it's like you can hear it from our excitement. We still remember these days. It still brings hearts.
BIOC.
Oh, and NEAT, NETE. Oh man, I remember all these.
MVIS.
Oh fuck, I lost money on XBIO for the first time. I think XBIO was one of those tickers that I kind of blacklisted. It owed me like, I don't know, I think at the time like 30 or 40K.
Watt. Crap, has it been that long? It doesn't seem that long.
Yo, it's
ago,
been up
but-
forever, man. Oh, remember MFIN?
Elfin?
MFIN, Muffin.
Oh, Muffin. Oh, yeah. Shorts are kind of working.
Man, our TVIX entry was amazing. $4 a share, guys. $4. And like you saw how me and Gabe quickly caught on to that trade, like so easy. I just mentioned it to Gabe. He's like, "Yep, I see it. I'm already in."
Does Zoya have any post analysis of his trades up anywhere?
No, but you know, I'm actually surprised. I remember I did a one-on-one with him, and I just showed him like what my trading strategy was at that time, and I think till this day he still uses it for his technicals. Still.
IBIO.
Everyone was market ordering. We created those stocks to go up because of our market orders, right? We had to help the trend. It's a low float. All you have to do is just buy on the market, and if everyone does it, everyone wins.
Unless you're shorting it.
Yeah, exactly. That was the time period where we didn't even know which broker could short all of these, right? So it was really good, easy. I saved your asses a couple times at least those years.
Well, we start off with like 20 of us, I think, is way back then. And then it got to like 80, and then it just blew up.
Yeah, and guys, I was like, guys, I can't keep this up any longer. Yeah.
I remember that, Mar.
TRNX.
Oh, I know. I remember you did that, Mar, and I'm like, are you serious? I actually took a loss on that trade. Yeah, I still remember that. That's why that was the last time I saved you. I think Gabe went. It's when we got to like 500 members. That's when it was like. That's when it got like out of.
Yeah, it's when we shifted the membership management speakers, and then it just really got really
Glow.
crazy. And then it kind of blew up from there. A lot of the core members stepped into the background, and then yeah, a lot of different dynamics. You scaled out a little bit on that that pullback, right?
Yeah, the 108. I had to take it. $4 a share.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, it's still set up as a bull flag, so the bull flag hasn't really broken on the market.
Yeah, it's looking strong too. Volume confirming that it's holding trend. I think it is scale out time on TVIX. Take a look at the volume at 1 o'clock. Say 1 to 108. Yeah, Mar, it's actually crazy when you look back at how far we evolved and how well we know each other. Like that's why I can always rip on Gabe and he always rips on me. No one else gets that type of
That's
respect.
right. And if anyone rips
Don't
on
try it.
TJ, yeah, exactly. If anyone rips on TJ and I find out about it, and they don't have the OG status, they're gonna get a pouncing. Like TJ's my little bro, so we can do that back and forth, and it'd still be okay. Like, yeah.
Big bro.
You and the height thing.
Gabe, you know what's funny?
Me.
You struggling on chapter 6.
You know what? I'm actually kind of intimidated by the quant analysis book.
I told you, don't look at it. Read chapter 1, then chapter 2, then chapter 3,
I know, but it's sitting 3 inches away from me, and it's just looking at me.
and then read chapter 3 multiple times till you make sense, and then chapter 4, and then you just repeat, rinse and repeat.
Yep. So that little group that we got over there on the side to help study, hopefully we can all discuss things, and anything that we don't understand we'll post in there. And you can jump in there every once in a while and say, "Hey, look, dum dums, this is how it is."
Yeah, I like the weekly schedule thing, so it works with everyone's timeline. I think, like individually, guys, you have to learn it. Like, there's no way to do it without reading and rereading. Believe me, um, you won't understand everything in the first aspect. Like, it's the same thing as trading. As soon as you learned from the first book, you
XAIR.
probably didn't retain anything. But then, if you like 6 months later, when you go back to that first book you read, you're like, "Oh my God, how did I miss this?" It's probably not that you missed it. It's just you didn't know what it actually meant.
And within the original GARP books, they really compact the information in there. I was pretty surprised and impressed at the same time.
I'm gonna download those books and see.
XAIR. VDQ.
Nice recovery on Spy. Well done, Spy.
OCUL.
TVIX looking weak here.
MLSs.
Yeah, we're just getting out of lunchtime, aren't we?
Oh my God, Mar, you have TVIX, I mean VIX puts, right? How much are you up right now?
Oh,
IV?
GLBS.
Guys, you guys see TUP? Did we actually catch the bottom on that? That's amazing.
all right, Spy. Let's see high a day.
VTIQ.
Volume looks good. Push it harder. Ah. Oh, new candle. Come on, bull flag. Do your thing.
Oh, I thought you got like the $26 ones. Okay.
VDQ.
Man, see, I don't like buying, far out any contract. It's just for me, most of the time, my time frame is just too short. I get lucky. Let's put it that way. If it works out. I think 30 delta is good for me. 30, 40. Jay-Z, well done, buddy. Man, you had to come on voice chat. Been a while.
Come on, Jay-Z.
Yeah. Guys, Tup has earnings in 6 days. I do not recommend anyone holding it. For me, it's a tiny position, relatively speaking. I don't have price targets on stuff like this. Like, I haven't done all the DD. I done like the initial DD, looks good on paper. Now I have to figure out the growth, and that I have to model. So forecasting is going to take me a lot of time. I'll probably do it by the end of day today. It's not one model I run, it's multiple models. But yeah, DCF is always gonna be my go-to. I love my models. Like DCF models specifically. But for this one, like current valuation is amazing. It's just okay, where's the growth? What are they doing? I have to listen to earnings calls for the last 2 quarters at least to get a sense of what's going on, and then go from there.
TRNX.
I don't think daily goals is important. I think weekly is more important. I'd say at least 5% weekly is good, is decent. So I think that's what you
IBIO.
should be going for, not on a daily basis. You're just gonna give yourself headaches when you don't meet your daily targets. Even on a weekly basis, it's short term, but as day traders with this kind of volatility, 5 to 10% should be your target. The smaller account, the larger the account, you're not gonna get even close to that.
VTIQ.
So Lemonades, I probably imagine one more break of HOD and then I'll probably reverse. So I'm already on the long. I'll just scale out on that.
I think we're getting a breakout here.
Yeah, like one more break here, and then I'll sell off my long, and then I'll probably flip it.
All right, here's a good lesson too. And we'll just tie it in together. There we go. I gotta bookmark this website.
VDQ.
All right, so you see on that chart, the most important thing, you can see the supply zone, where we were holding support was like that 305 area, held it really clean. And that's when like we knew, that's when, we got out of TVIX and stopped trading it. And now, look at that volume that's coming in. Let's like zoom in a bit. You'll see how the volume profile changes here too. That arrow I posted on that picture, that's when, me and Gabe were like, Gabe, this is probably where it's going to reverse. And look how it reversed. And that's literally just like TA.
Yep. Dude, guys, 3 years ago, this is all foreign. Like, it's me
BIOC.
going down to the pyramids going, what the crap? But study, fail some, and learn from your failures. And then pretty soon you're like, oh, then you got to ride the O train a lot while you learn. So I scaled out some here. I expected that break. I have 1/16 left. I'll be looking for signals of another reversal, and then I'll probably go on the short side of the market.
Each time frame tells you a different story, so it's important to look at all of them. We already know, like today, we were trading in the opening like range of yesterday's move. So, now looking at it, we're like, okay, we know exactly where this could go. And it's going to be like the 312 range, right? That's the highest I see.
GLBS.
And that you couldn't have done it without looking at the daily chart.
TRNX.
I did this lesson before Quantum. I know some guys can like chip in on this one, but someone do the lesson what the 5 1-minute candlesticks would look like. You guys remember that lesson?
What do you mean what they would look like?
What 5 individual 1-minute candlesticks would look like on a 5-minute.
Oh crap. Yeah, I remember that. That was a way back lesson.
Way back, way back.
You just take the the
Glow.
largest
No,
area.
don't teach them. Don't teach them. Someone tell me, what is this 5-minute candlestick? Just draw it out.
That was a good lesson.
I think this might help you guys too. It kind of helps me. That's why I always use the 1 minute now. Cause it's just like it's so easy for me to read it, what it would look like on any other time frame.
So as you guys see, our long is playing out. I still have a teeny piece in. Hasn't given any signals for reversal, so I'm still holding the long. No reason to sell it until it gives me a reversal signal. We're now on the 10-minute. We're breaking over the 70 RSI, so that's kind of a key thing for a harder push. So we'll see if that continues to break through.
Come on, guys, draw it out. You guys will get it eventually, but you have to do it by doing it, because then that's when you're actually going to learn. Soon, at any time frame, I don't even care how many candlesticks it is, you'll be able to see what the actual trend was. JC, that's not the lesson. Is like adding those 5 candlesticks. What would the 5-minute chart look like the 5-minute candlestick for those 5? And then you can do it on any time period, any amount of like candlesticks, and it just makes it easier, less moving around charts, keeps it consistent. Yeah, let's call it candle math. So I gave you guys 2 examples. So now you're going to do your own. Okay, I'll go easy on you first.
BIOC.
Did you just give them 6 candles?
Yeah. What does this candlestick look like? If you were to have a 6-minute candlestick, you use all the data from those 6 candlesticks. What does it look like?
TRNX.
Here's a hint. It's going up. No, he wants you to make all those candlesticks into one candlestick. What would it say?
VDQ.
Hey, Cypher, you long with me, or what do you got planned?
Yep, I'm along with you, buddy.
Right arm. I just got a teeny bit left, man. It hasn't crossed underneath anything yet. I mean, it's looking weak, but it hasn't given me any sell signals for this last piece yet.
I already took off about 2/3, so I've got the last third on.
Yeah, you and me are sitting about the same. I got about a 16th left. I'll just sit on it. Yeah.
Lemonize, you win. Good job.
I'll let the 16th come to a stop. Yeah, Jay-Z got a good one too.
Yep, I like that one, Jay-Z. There you guys go. Now you guys know it. Yeah, so I use this technique in a lot of ways, but things don't happen at like 10:50 a.m. to 10:55. Like if you're only reading the data set on a 5-minute chart from just the time intervals and not what the chart's telling you, then you're kind of missing some of the picture. It's important to kind of like look at different time frames, different amount of candlesticks. What is the overall picture telling you? And that's not going to happen always on like a 15-minute and a 5-minute. You got to be able to like kind of adjust it and be able to see the bigger picture. I don't like that volume, Gabe, on SPY. RSI came down heavy though on this adjustment, so still looks bullish.
Yeah, I got my stop in. I mean, I'm already in profit. I've already scaled quite a bit out, so I'm sitting pretty. If it breaks under the crap, I'm looking at MES. Hang on, let me switch over. If we break under 309, I think we could potentially fade the rest of the day.
Yeah, I'm out and looking for potential short.
My stop will be 309.25 area. There's been massive sell-off here, but not much movement on the downward pattern. So I'm just watching it.
You're about to get it.
Yeah, yeah. Here it comes.
Yeah, this is this candle on the 10-minute, because I know you're looking at that. It's got 1 minute to close. Closes like this. It's definitely a reversal, bearish engulfing.
RSI adjusted really good here. I think we can go up. We just have to hold over that 309 level. If we can maintain it, I can see another push.
Yeah, I got to cut out there, so we'll see if it holds.
You said you cut out there?
No, I have a cutout there. It hasn't hit yet. Cypher, I know you're looking at ES with me, so it'd be at the I got a 3086.
Gotcha. I think you were in before me anyway. I took the breakout of the flag, so I needed to be tighter with my.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I
Alright, we're at our
hate.
new Alright, we're at a new candle. Let's see if it pushes up.
TRNX.
Yeah, it's kind of looking weak. I imagine usually I go for the peak and then one more pop and then fade it for the rest of the day. I think I'm just going to cut it. I'm starting a short cipher. Micro assist to the short. Cutting it at 3102.
GLBS.
All right, so we are on a short-term time frame trend line right here. I want to see if it can break that, and then I will add.
I don't think the longs have much gas. I mean, they may go for one more push, but it's getting pretty toppy in my.
Honestly, R8, don't do it, Mar. Don't do it to yourself. It's a really good car. Drives smooth, amazing handling, horrible on power. And this is the V10 one. You have to remember, it's not even the baby one. It's the actual R8. And I'll tell you, it's just not appealing at all.
SUZ.
Unless you want to go appealing in the Microsoft or Walmart parking lot. Woo!
You know, it's the V10. I had to take pictures of it because, you know, I love cars. But, you know, from the price ranges, hands down Lambo,
VDCO.
100% every day. And that's comparing an R8 to even the latest Ferrari. Like, look at the Ferrari interior, okay, guys. I'm disappointed. The R8 has a better interior. This does not make me feel comfortable. Then it makes up for it because of these, because of how beautiful the lines are on the Ferrari. That's about it. Oh, also, R8 is the slowest out of the bunch. I'm comparing an R8 to a 488 Spider, and I'm telling you, hands down,
BIOC.
I'd go for the Spider, of course. But more importantly, like Lambo over everything.
Jay-Z, you're a real big car guy too, aren't you?
That's a 488, not the 458. That's the old one. And it's the Spider, so the top comes down. Pretty good. I like that one just because, you know, it's rear-wheel drive, so obviously you're gonna have more fun if you know how to drive. The R8, I don't like it. I love the handling. Like Audi has never had any issues with handling. The power, not so great. But hands down, to be honest, like the best of all packages, Lambo. 100%. The Huracan is like the best bang for your buck ever, and I'm comparing it with more expensive cars. I like the McLaren. I just don't like one aspect of it. It's just way too expensive and way too complex. Like it's not okay. It's good to drive, just not good to own.
So get a friend that has one. Come on, Shorts, just a little bit more.
That's what I'm looking at, Gabe. I think you're probably looking at the same thing. Just you know, if it breaks, I'll add into the short. If not, gonna get
Yeah, it's just a starter right now for me. I think you did
same.
nice, buddy. All right, Cypher, I want these two trends to break, and then I really like it. The two that I circled there.
Mark, go with the Lambo and you'll thank me for the rest of your life. If you're looking for a Lambo, just let me know.
Mar, if you end up buying a Lambo, I'm gonna call you Junior.
So I like the McLaren. It's so well engineered. It's amazing. My only problem is it's not like a practical owner's car. It's a driver's car. I'll take it to the track any day over every other car, 100% of the time. It's just not practical for daily use. So AMG, you know I love AMG. The moment you put an AMG engine into anything, it sounds better. But the excitement, the excitement you get from a Lambo, like I can't explain it. It can't be quantified. It's just so unreal. Like I trade millions of dollars on a daily basis, okay? And my heart doesn't pump that hard as when I'm like driving that Lambo. It is just ridiculous. You can't even put it into words. Like I'm sweating, like my hands are like sweaty. That usually happens when I'm in a
GLBS.
large position on the market, but you never get that pure enjoyment. And like there's risk, but not a lot of risk because the car is like well designed. It's just so different. Gallardo, I don't like the Gallardo. Gearbox is horrible. Every time they break, you can't even drive it in automatic mode. It'll just break the gearbox. You're always stuck in manual mode.
That's weird. It broke under trend, but I still want to push bullish. Kind of
For me, I like the Urus. It looks nice. It just doesn't feel as nice. Like there's far better refined SUVs out there. When I drove it, I was expecting like the same feeling I got in the Huracan,
TRNX.
except it wasn't. It was missing that aspect. Obviously, to the outside world, it looks nice. Everyone else is gonna look at you the same way. It's just like, ooh, nice car. I want that, right? But inside, and especially on the back seats, I don't see the advantage of it. I would say like
All right. That was just
Yeah, I added to that pop, and then because we already broke that uptrend, so I'm digging it. We're now touching the RSI. I'm hoping it breaks that one too, but I think we'll see. It has to break under the 13 though for me to really like it too.
damn it, I'm not in TVIX. Nice job on those trades.
Gracias. Teamwork makes the dream work. Woo!
GSCT. I used to drive on the track. I have my FIA license, so for me, it's easy. I know how to drive these cars, and it's enjoyable when you actually know. If you don't know, it's dangerous. Like when my friend took it to like 200 kilometers, I was like, "Don't do it!" Like I was panicking for my life because if you crash at 200 miles in a Lambo, you're dead. There's like no saving you. It's literally like made out of nothing, pretty much. It's so lightweight, so I wasn't like a professional race car driver. I wish I was, but then I got into the worst thing ever, a motorcycle, and spent like 6 months in a wheelchair. It was just horrible. 18 surgeries, reconstructive. It was just horrible. After that, lost all the sponsorships, but that sucked. It was okay. Maybe it was a good thing. Maybe that kept me into the markets.
You were pretty young at that time, weren't you?
Yep, I believe 17. You have a career at 18. At 18, if you're not like professional, semi-professional by 18, you're never gonna get hired anywhere else. Like for me, even my sponsorships, it covered all the parts. Because like guys, you know how many parts you break racing cars? It's just ridiculous. I tried drifting and it was way too expensive. So I'm like, okay, not doing that again. But you break so many parts. Engines, like we had to redo engines. I think I did my because the supercharged M3, I tracked it. I think I did 3 full engines on that. Like I mean everything, pistons, sleeves, rod bearings, everything was like titanium internals. everything myself. I had to like do it over like the winter season and then have it ready by spring for race season. So it was a lot of work, and most of the stuff, it's like it didn't cover, because when you're racing, the parts that you need, it has to be custom built for the mods that you have. So when I was running a supercharger that runs at like 13,000 RPM, my internals had to be good. Those internals, they didn't even have it made. So, you had to get it customly designed. And as soon as you have that, the prices just skyrocket like 80%. And yeah, that's how I know mechanics. Like I can take any bolt off of any car that I previously owned, the Lambo, let's see, any BMW technically, and even Hondas. And I can take every bolt apart, put it in a bucket, shake it up, and put it back together. Might miss a bolt or two, but that's just normal. as long as the main bolts are there, you're okay. Like you're driving and your steering wheel comes off. Forgot that one bolt. I still have my motorcycle. It's just rotting in the backyard.
Yeah, I saw that picture, man. I feel so sorry for that thing. You should put it like in the
INFP.
shack you got back there.
I've never actually sold my cars.
AYTU.
Like most of them, actually not all of them, but most of them, I actually just gave it away after I got bored of it. Like that bike, I don't want to give it to anyone because I already knew how much pain I had to go through. So I'm like, shit. Oh, my kneecap was gone. A piece of curbing got stuck on my tires. And, when you're on a track, you're running drag radials. So I forgot which, it was something star spec. Anyways, the curbing got stuck onto the tire slipped. And before you know it, I'm just like underneath this, like I'm 18 at the time. Okay, guys, I was like 120, 130 pounds. And just imagine a 600cc bike on top of your leg for like a good, like 200 meters. You're just like underneath it, getting scraped on the ground. It was horrible.
Freaking ouch, dude.
Yeah, man.
On one of my first motorcycles, I laid it down on the gravel too many times. It was no fun.
The one good thing is I was such a big impact that I fainted. So the pain was just immediate and then no pain at all. Oh, Isle of Man. Man, I always wanted to go see it because it is just ridiculous what these people do. That is so risky. I could never do that. Like, guys, I think the fastest I'd gone on a bike was around 300. On a car was 300 and, well, way over 300. But on a bike going 300, you can't see anything. I was like, on a 5-lane highway, you're literally just moving between the 5 lanes and you won't even realize it in split seconds. It's just the scariest thing. And then let's say you had any kind of wind hit you, you can die. Like there's no two ways around it. Actually, you probably, if you didn't die, you'd wish you died because you'd be a vegetable for the rest of your life. But it was so fun doing it. You just have to do it once just to say you did it. So it was pretty fun.
When I used to go cruising around with my buddy, my cruiser has a governor, so I think I top out at 120, 130 area, and it won't let me go any faster. And I tried to punch it past my guy with a Hayabusa, and I was topped out, and he passed me. Like I passed him easy, and then I just hear this, vroom, and then he just jetted past me like I was standing still. Man, that bike was so quick, I couldn't compete at all.
Yeah, my buddy had one with the extender, so that guy was just crazy. I couldn't do it. Yeah, so I learned not to go with bikes anymore. That's why that bike is, I guess, there. It's just a constant reminder, don't fucking do anything stupid. Did not live and work this hard just to die on a motorcycle. But fun factor wise, bikes are so fun. You have to have so much control.
yeah. I mean, preferences, I'd rather die in space, but yeah.
Preferably, I'd like to die after 100. Can you imagine my compounded growth on my account by 100? Oh, man.
Not with your lifestyle.
I know, right? Hey, I've been good, Gabe. Remember, I showed you in the squad. I've been on my best behavior because of this fund we're trying to open. So
That's good, man. I'm glad you actually are doing an AI stuff now because that's consuming a lot of your attention.
yeah, and I thought trading was the hardest thing I did in my life.
DCUE.
But it's good. I love learning. I like knowing more stuff than I need to. So, sometimes you go down a rabbit hole. Before you know it, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. And you're still working. No, Jay-Z. I'm not talking about 300 kilometers. I'm talking about 300 miles. Whoa, who the hell is spamming us right now? Guys, don't post. No one posts. Stop posting. It's just bots. We're just gonna have to ban all. Fuck, I can't even ban them. They're just joining too fast. Okay.
Whoa, how come everyone just joined at once? This is nuts.
We're getting raided. It's okay.
IBIO.
Let me just quickly ban all of them. Someone messaged Johnny. Let's see.
The bandmaster.
Gabe, are you in a trade right now?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, no. I was gonna ask you to help me ban.
All right. Just everyone on the list?
Yep.
All right.
I did the first section before Mar posted.
All right, I'll do the next section down.
It's funny, we were just talking about AIs.
BIOC. UXIN. TRNX.
I think that's all of them.
I'm still going through quite a few. If anyone wants to spam us and they actually pop up as McLovin, I just can't delete that guy. That guy must have to be cool to be named McLovin. Academic hearing.
AYTU.
Luckily, we have a bot for this.
All right. Um, all right. You said you got that whole upper section there
Yeah.
at 11:59.
Oh, you banned them and then deleted the message?
No, I've just been banning them. So once they're banned, I think maybe they get popped off. Maybe their messages go away. I don't know.
Only if you click the button that says delete their messages.
Haters everywhere.
And it also says delete messages within the last 24 hours. So that's what I'm. Gosh dang! Don't send me crypto crap. I don't care if I won. All right, I'm not seeing anyone else.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Ah, gosh dang it! My short didn't work out. What are you doing with your short, Sife? Did you already cut it?
Yeah, I already cut it.
All right. Had a little pop there.
Meet.
All right, so if I added, because I was a little late watching it, to that resistance area of the break, I didn't think it was going to break it right then, so I added right there. I scaled out the majority when it pulled back, and I'm still in like a tiny position right now on the short side still.
It might be a better short now,
AYTU.
actually. Double topped. But I'm just gonna wait until it becomes more clear.
That 3100 is a pretty strong level. But if it breaks over, that's actually kind of a cool thing. Not for my trade, but for the market.
HTBX.
Yo, Gabe,
Yo, what's up, bud?
I know we drew a trend line there and we were looking for a reversal, but if you actually follow the system that you and I normally play, it came down and touched the 13. Kind of looks like a bull flag. It might just rip up. Like that is our normal system that we trade off of.
I agree. I have a cutoff above the 3100, so 3100 is a critical level for me. It's kind of my pivot right now, above the 3100. But yeah, absolutely, man. I see it. I see it touch the 13. It's now right in the 4, but it is kind of sideways. I mean, it already had
So
that double
I took
top.
that short on the break. I took off most of it at the 13, and then I cut the rest of it at a loss. So overall, the trade was a win, but it wasn't a good. It wasn't a good. Right now, I'm just going to avoid it until it gets out of this range.
Still hasn't broken under RSI either. So maybe the 3086 under might be a better play.
I mean, if it breaks 308.50, that's for sure. You know, a short.
AIZP.
Well, they're trying to push it here. The volume's kind of low, but they're still pushing it. Since it did push up there, Cypher, I'm moving my trend line over.
Yep. Moving the trend line over to where it touched the 13.
Yep. And hopefully that'll break. So that's the new trend break area.
What are you guys trading?
ES.
Okay, I see TVX is just going down right now.
Yeah, market's pushing up.
Told you it was bullish.
CTRM.
I got a decent profit on that short side, short scalp there. Small range. You still holding your short, TJ, on TVIX?
HTRNX.
I cut out. Okay, I was just asking if TJ was holding a short on TVIX.
HTBX. IBIO. VDQ. GLBS.
Man, it's really pushing hard on that 3100. Looks like it wants to break it pretty good. That 310. So again, I still have that micro short cipher. I'm gonna cut it if it dips, if it actually breaks that 3100, and then I'll just maybe retake it. I don't know. I may just call it a day. I'm up for the day.
I'm getting tired of watching paint dry. I might go to work out and come back
BIOC.
for power.
Oh
wait, we are in power hour.
Yeah, we're in power hour now, man. All right, it just broke.
Okay. Did you reverse or are you still short?
Um, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna call it a day. I'm up. I probably would take it if it broke the trend, but that's so close to the end of the day that it doesn't look super appealing. It might push up here. I mean, I could always take a micro position on the long. You know what? We are in power. All right, I'm in on the long. Uh, short cutout, 3100 still cutout point. Micro position.
Actually went decent size, so we'll see what happens. Oh, hell yeah.
Dang, this thing's just freaking launching.
I took off about a third. We're at the
HTBX.
top of the. On the 10-minute, we're near the top of the Bollinger.
Yeah, we broke over that 70 on the RSI too, so it's pretty bullish.
All right, I just put my stop in, so I'm gonna see what happens.
Nice, buddy.
BIOC.
It's trying for 311. Two failures.
GLBS.
Yeah, dang it. Stuff like this, I wish I would have taken a bigger position, but I was like, you know what? You never know. Power hour could always reverse pretty hard on you too.
Well,
But I did take the trade, so I'm
be
in
happy for me then.
it. Yeah, you probably went in balls deep.
No, I went in, decent.
1 time, 2 time, 3 time.
Was 450 shares on SPY.
Copy that. Oh, you didn't take ES? I thought you took.
No. Oh, we got a break. Is that a new candle right there? Yeah.
I'm out. Yeah, I'm out right there. Might push more, but that was roughly 10 points or 9 points, I guess. I like it. It's probably going to push more here, probably, but I had such a small position. I'm pretty happy with that. I have no scaling ability with the position. I just took one lot.
All right, I'm down to only 100 shares left. Where to put the stop? All right, I got my stop at 311.25 right now, but it's just on the last 100. Well, bro, that was a quick what, $1.50?
Yeah, man,
HTBX.
that's real nice. That little piece I had
TRNX.
bumped me up a little bit where I wanted to be, so it's nice.
I'll take it. Free trade. I thought I was done for the day.
Yeah, same here, man. Once it broke that 3100, I'm like, or that 310, I'm like, all right, I like it above this. That's 310 is a pretty good level.
We're pretty extended here, and I don't really care, so I'm just selling the rest.
Right on. Man, what a push that thing had, though. Well, I got 9 points out of the 16 so far. I'll be back. I got.
All right.
CPTA.
All right, back.
IMTM.
Well, it's still going, kind of.
Jay-Z, you're still not in that TVIX long, are you? Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's still going. My last exit was
GSKY.
357.
Yeah, I had no
GLBS.
scalability, so I just took profits. Yeah, dang, man. What a runner. I actually had a pretty decent ATR today. I missed a good portion of it. I mean, we were getting a good lesson from TJ, So it was pretty valuable. But yeah, man, it had pretty decent ATR.
What's your four at right now? Because I don't have it on my chart at the moment.
What's my what?
Four.
Um, 3107. 3107.20.
AYTU. NURO.
You thinking of an extension pullback?
Well, I'm not looking at it. Is it look extended from the four?
We have another 4 minutes for this candle to close, so I'll see where it closes. But yeah, it's looking a little bit reachy here. I actually want it taller. It's already at the 3118s.
HTBX.
If we hit that 3120 within the next 2 minutes, I'll probably go ahead and take a scalp short, small position.
TRNX.
Nice, man. Hopefully you guys took that SPY trade with us. Good job.
GHSI.
All right, we're getting pretty close. New candle. We basically hit just under the 20 mark. 3120. This will be a quick one. Uh, 3112 looks pretty good. Even if I get 3113, I think that's pretty solid. All right, half out, waiting for the other half to touch the 13 area. Otherwise, it's cut out at break even.
IBIO. BIOC.
All right, we're at 3113. There we go. Could go a bit more, but it was just a short scalp play for me. Pretty nice. Put me up another level there, Cypher.
Good job.
Good job.
TRNX. XAIR. Pack.
Cool. I'm out. So that's it for me for the day. I'm good. Looks possibly like tweezer tops if this closes like this.
GLBS. HTGM.
All right, guys, I'm getting out of here. Hope everyone has a fantastic day.
I'm outie too. Everybody have a good one.
AYTU. AIM. TRNX. HTBX. BIOC. APVO. XAIR. VDQ. MORF. DQ. BBIO. Fix, ref. BIOC. Ends. APVO. DRAD. GPI. UAN CHCO. WRE.
you